The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 1st, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Ashley Hinson to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer today will be offered by the guest chaplain, Pastor Jared Timberlake, Sandhill Christian Baptist Church from Wheelersburg, Ohio.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you today thankful for another day. We are thankful for your blessings and your love. God, I ask today that you would bring guidance to all of our representatives and elected officials. As a nation, may we always seek your face and your will. Lord, I pray that you will bring unity to this house and to those that serve. May they serve for the common good of our nation. God, I thank you that you have allowed us to live in the greatest country in the world. I thank you for blessing America for 247 years. Now, God, it is my prayer that America will bless you in all that we do, and that we will always be one nation under God. Protect us and guide us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the Journal of the Last Day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the Journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led today by the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Without objection, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Wenstrup, is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to welcome Reverend Jared Timberlake and his family to the House chamber. Reverend Timberlake has dedicated his life to selfless service, first through his time as a fellow Army soldier, and then later through his work as a youth minister and pastor at Sandhill Baptist Church in Scioto County, Ohio. As President George Washington said in his farewell address, of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports. Nearly 250 years later, I'm glad we welcome our religious leaders to the People's House to open our work with prayer. I want to thank Reverend Timberlake for his decades of service to our country and to the local Scioto County community. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair will entertain up to 5 further requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the. What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Requests permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the outstanding accomplishments of the Liberty University football team. On November 25, my alma mater and hometown team earned their 12th straight victory and secured the first undefeated regular season in the program's 50-year history. Led by new head coach Jamie Chadwell, the Flames set a new school record and became the first FBS football team in Virginia history to win 12 games. As an alum, former student athlete, parent of 3 graduates, and a former employee in the Liberty University Athletics Department, I'm incredibly proud of this team. The Flames' 12-0 record and current number 20 national ranking reflects the discipline, commitment, and work ethic of these talented young men. Their individual sacrifice, unselfishness, and willingness to play for one another and give everything for a cause bigger than themselves has placed them in tonight's conference championship game, the Conference USA championship game, after which they will have the opportunity to play in a prestigious bowl game. I congratulate the Liberty Flames on their historic season, and I'm honored to represent them in Virginia's 5th Congressional District, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, it is said that the Lord takes nothing out of season.
And so in this season of Thanksgiving, I rise to give thanks for my big brother, Harry W. Dean. After 74 years of life filled with adventure, love, and laughs, my brother Harry died on November 20th. Harry was the second eldest of our 7 siblings, 5 boys and 2 girls, one for every day's grace, my parents proclaimed. We joked he was my mother's favorite. It turns out he was all of ours too. An exceptional athlete, a champion pole vaulter with a wicked fastball. He was effortlessly funny, a natural storyteller, king of the one-liner. Harry was a Navy veteran, a good cook, a fisherman, surfer, a boater, a collector of cool and not so cool cars. As we got older, Harry leaned into his quiet side, a careful collector of people and relics and their memories, a steward of our family's history, preserving the photos and legacies of those who came before. And the same will be true for Harry. And so in this season of Thanksgiving, we, your brothers and sisters, alongside Claire, Adrian, Joe, and your handsome, loving grandsons, Joey, AJ, and Jack, we are thankful for you, Harry, confident that we will see you on the other side. We love you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, if you wanted to look in the dictionary under the word boondoggle, you would probably find the California high-speed rail process. It was passed in 2008 by a narrow majority, about $9 billion worth of state funding by the taxpayers for this project to connect LA to San Francisco. Well, 15 years later, they still haven't laid any track. They've interrupted the flow of towns up and down the Central Valley and have put some causeways in so far, but many billions have been spent, and it's woefully over time. It's supposed to be completed by 2020. So they're going to seek more and more federal funding, at most, out of what it used to be a $33 billion project, it'll now be a $128 billion project. At most, they would identify $20 billion worth of funding. They're going to come here looking for it. Instead, why don't we invest in something that can help all Americans, such as food supply, build water storage in California? That would help all Americans, not a boondoggle running up and down the valley, stopping in an almond orchard near Bakersfield. And that's why I'm seeking to get help for Sites Reservoir, raising Shasta Dam, and other water projects that will grow the food that Americans use from California.
The gentleman, time's expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition? Yeah. Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to share my concerns regarding the hate speech and threats throughout our country and the world. We must speak loudly and clearly with one voice. Threats, harassment, and hate based on race, religion, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender, or any other identity have no place in our communities, on our college campuses, in our society. The increase of these cases is serious and it demands action. Bills we have been voting on do not address all the rise of hate against all the protected groups, including the concurrent rise of Islamophobia, bigotry against Palestinians. Let me be clear. I stand with our ally Israel, and I condemn the violence committed against the Israeli civilians by Hamas, and I speak out against anti-Semitism. But it's a glaring omission not to include other protected classes. We are missing an opportunity to condemn hate in all its forms. I remain steadfast in condemning hate speech and the violence it inspires, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to a friend and a true American hero. Mike Cooper passed away on November 22nd, 2023 at the age of 70. He's survived by his lovely wife, Yong, his son, Thomas, his daughter, Melissa, and his 5 grandchildren. Mike dedicated his career and life to service. He served in both the Army and the Air Force. He protected our community for 3 decades, working for the LA County Sheriff's Department, and he influenced hundreds of young men and women as the law enforcement explorer mentor. Mike even continued to work as a reserve deputy after his retirement. Simply put, He went above and beyond to help others his entire life. Mike Cooper was a great father, a great husband, and a public servant. He'll be missed by his family, his friends, and the LA County Sheriff's Department and Lancaster communities. May God bless Mike Cooper and all of our peacemakers. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to call on all of my colleagues to co-sponsor H.R. 308, the Rosa Parks Day Act. Today, December 1st, Americans across the nation are celebrating the legacy of Rosa Parks. It was on December 1st, 1955, when Rosa Parks was arrested in Montgomery, Alabama, for refusing to give up her seat on a city bus. This simple but bold act of resistance to segregationist Jim Crow laws inspired the historic Montgomery bus boycott. For 481 days, spurred by Rosa Parks' courage, thousands of African Americans peacefully protested the Montgomery city bus system until the United States court ruled in Browder versus Gale that the segregation ordinance were unconstitutional. Rosa Parks was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 1996, the Congressional Gold Medal in 1999, and was the first woman to ever lie in state at the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. In addition, many states, including Ohio, California, Missouri, and Oregon, already observe Rosa Parks Day at the state level. Her legacy continues to inspire new generations of Americans to advance justice and equality. Now is the time to pass this legislation and to declare December 1st as a federal holiday and as Rosa Parks Day. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to highlight the success of Governor Jim Pillen in Nebraska to help reduce property and income taxes while expanding educational opportunities across our state. Less than a year ago, Governor Pillen took office as Nebraska experienced historic levels of tax revenue. His first budget poured billions of dollars into property tax relief, helping alleviate Nebraska's high property taxes. He cut income taxes and sped up the total repeal of Social Security taxes. He also increased the amount of funding the state provides for special education and created an Education Future Fund, which committed $1 billion to help Nebraska schools. Along the way, he made history by bringing school choice to Nebraska by establishing a scholarship tax credit to help families access more educational opportunities. This is really just a snapshot of what Governor Pillen has accomplished in less than 12 months, and there's more to come. Keep up the great work, Governor Pillen. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I had the honor of hosting our Vice President, Kamala Harris, in my district as part of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus On the Road series just this week. Together with our caucus chair, Nanette Barragan, we delved into critical issues such as reproductive rights, mental health, gun violence, small businesses, and the challenges ahead impacting Latinos in Texas and across America. This visit also provided a platform to discuss the remarkable programs achieved under the leadership of the Biden-Harris administration, emphasizing the positive impact on our Latino community. As we reflect on the progress achieved, we are reminded that there is yet still so much work to do, and that every issue is a Latino issue. Our commitment to advancing the well-being of the Latino community remains steadfast, and we are determined to tackle the challenges ahead, putting people over politics. As I always say, sí se puede. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to address the House for 1 minute and maybe revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, one of our colleagues recently asked what our House majority has been doing that we can campaign on, things we can take back to the American people. Well, in addition to Comer and Jordan exposing Biden's corruption, all committees have exposed federal agencies, keeping them in check. And it's not just here in D.C. We've been taking our hearings all over the country to learn what needs fixing from the American people. We've passed bills to unleash our energy sector, secure our border, and cut spending. We've sent bills over to the Senate to modernize federal agencies and reduce regulations. We've passed 7 of 12 appropriation bills that cut spending and rein in unelected bureaucracies. We would have had all 12 of our appropriations done by now if members would not stop making perfect the enemy of the good by taking down rules and then cutting the bills that cut spending. And to those that want to make more cuts, I do too, and we can work on that. Let's at least start by getting off the Pelosi budget and cut something.
The gentleman's time.
That's something we could campaign on, but only if we do that. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the incredible service of John Shinholzer. Since 2004, John has served as the president and co-founder of the McShin Foundation, a substance use disorder recovery organization that provides life-saving resources to Virginians who are struggling with substance use disorder. These services range from medical detox to sober living, and from providing peer-to-peer mentorship to advocating for more support for reentry services in jails and in prison. John is a leader in this space, and he, from the day I first started in politics, wanted to make sure that helping those with substance use disorder was a priority of mine. Last year, John marked 40 years in recovery himself. He achieved sobriety while he was serving in the United States Marine Corps in 1982, and he never looked back. For decades, he has used his own story to empower others, to help them, to help their families, and to sustain their recoveries. He has treated substance use disorder as the illness that it is. And with his philosophy that substance use disorder is an illness, it is not a character flaw, he and his wife, Carol McDade, have reached tens of thousands of Virginians. They have saved lives and they have saved families. He might be retiring from leading the McShin Foundation, but I know that he is far, far, far from retired when it comes to making a difference in our community. On behalf of a grateful Commonwealth, on behalf of every person whose life he's impacted, including mine, I stand before the United States House of Representatives in thanking John Shinholzer for his lifelong mission of helping others and our nation. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 891, I call up S.J. Res. 32 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 32, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection relating to small business lending under the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, Regulation B.
Pursuant to House Resolution 891, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentleman from California, Ms. Waters, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of this joint resolution of disapproval. We must overturn the CFPB's small business lending rule to ensure small businesses across America, who are the backbone of our country, have continued access to affordable credit to support and grow our economy. Access to affordable credit is key to ensuring communities across America remain vibrant. Unfortunately, the CFPB's small business lending rule undermines the goal of affordable and available credit, which I think we all should share. Here's why. First, the CFPB's rule is overly broad. It will require lenders to collect massive amounts of data whenever a small business owner applies for credit. Most of the information is unnecessary to make a fair, equitable, safe, and sound loan. Requiring lenders to provide the information infringes on small business owners' rights to privacy about their personal and business information when applying for credit. Second, the CFPB's rule is burdensome. Community banks and credit unions across America account for the majority of small business lending. They are doing their part. Despite claims from my colleagues across the aisle, this rule does not go after big banks. It will have the biggest impact on the small community financial institutions already operating under the thinnest of margins because of runaway inflation, increased interest rates from the Federal Reserve, and in general, the Biden economy. The rule also discourages banks and credit unions from expanding their lending portfolios. They might simply decide that the droves of new compliance officers they would have to hire to comply with this onerous rule would simply not be worth it, and Main Street is hammered again. The CFPB director says he is trying to be sensitive to the needs of small community financial institutions, oftentimes advocating for relationship banking. However, in the rule, the CFPB sets the transaction threshold at an incredibly low 100 loans in the preceding 2 calendar years. This means the smallest of banks, small business, and their owners will be the ones to bear the brunt of the unnecessary data collections, and Main Street is hammered again. Third, the rule will be difficult to implement. The rule itself is nearly 900 pages and requires lenders to report 81 data fields. Developing compliance systems to achieve this will be extremely costly for firms, which takes resources away from actually lending to small business, and Main Street is hammered again. The timeline for implementation is also insufficient for lenders to develop the necessary systems to comply with such a complex and burdensome regulation. Each hour a lender spends on the overly broad data collection demanded by the rule is an hour not devoted to ensuring credit is available and affordable for small business, and Main Street is hammered again. So finally, it's unclear that the Bureau intends to do with its exceedingly expansive data demands. What we do know is the CFPB plans to publicly post the data on the CFPB's website. This is concerning given the Bureau's alarming record of facilitating the naming and shaming of companies whose business activities progressive activists want to attack. Adding to the concerns of the CFPB's abysmal track record of protecting the highly sensitive data it already collects, and in fact, back in February of this year, there was a major unauthorized data breach by the CFPB employee, which included personally identifiable information and confidential supervisory information. So why should we ever trust them to protect sensitive information of small business owners this time around? So to sum it up, the rule is backwards looking. It's anti-small business, it's anti-capitalism, it's anti-competition, it's anti-free markets, and it's anti-risk and reward. It is critical that we pass this resolution to overturn this reckless CFPB rule to protect small business access to the credit needed to continue to innovate and grow our economy. And a new idea while we're at it, let's put people back to work again. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, Senate Joint Resolution 32 would repeal the CFPB's small business lending rule, which was required by Congress in Section 1071 of the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act. The CFPB's rule would simply require lenders to collect and report data on small business lending. This data would help drive competition in the market, lowering small business costs, and will help combat discrimination. I worked closely with my colleague, Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez, who is the ranking member of the Small Business Committee, to ensure that this provision was included in the Dodd-Frank Act because we both knew how critical this data would be to helping small businesses. Access to capital is a key challenge that many small businesses face. For example, Goldman Sachs found that over 75% of small businesses they surveyed were concerned about access to capital. Research has also shown that minority, women, and LGBTQ plus owned businesses are more likely to be denied loans and pay steeper interest rates. Access to capital is an issue for many family farms who don't have the same access that larger agricultural corporations have. And yes, access to capital is an issue for our young people working in the gig economy, seeking to start a business of their own, but too often are told no by banks. Unfortunately, Section 1071 of Dodd-Frank was not implemented for 13 years. In fact, small business owners had to sue the CFPB under the Trump administration to force implementation of this rule. One of the small business owners who sued the CFPB was LaShonda Young, a black woman who founded Popcorn Haven, a small business selling gourmet popcorn in Waterloo, Iowa. Ms. Young explained that she was a victim of discriminatory lending practices, saying, and I quote, "In several instances, there was just blatant discrimination. In other cases, I found out about it later on. And it wasn't just me." She further explained, and I quote, "I had a regular hourly income. My personal expenses were pretty low, so it wasn't like I couldn't cash infuse from my personnel income if I needed to. My credit score was good, but I couldn't get what I needed. Enough of the disrespect. Enough with the blatant disrespect. When a bank says, we don't want your business for any good reason, why don't you move your account elsewhere? It was at that point, okay, something has to be done," end quote. The CFPB, under the leadership of a Trump appointee, settled the case and agreed to a court-supervised timeline, resulting in the final rule that the CFPB issued this year. Now that the CFPB's rule has been finalized after all of these years, so many other small businesses in Iowa, North Carolina, in Texas, in California, and all across the country will be able to reap the benefits of a more transparent lending marketplace that Ms. Young should have had. Specifically, the CFPB rule will allow small businesses to comparison shop between lenders and see how much other small businesses are being charged for their loans. This price transparency is essential to a competitive and fair marketplace. In designing the rule, the CFPB was mindful of its impact on community financial institutions. For example, the rule completely exempts lenders that originate fewer than 100 small business loans in each of the 2 preceding years. This fully exempts more than 80% of depository institutions, including 98% of credit unions. For lenders that originate more than 100 loans, they would have more than 2 years before they would need to begin to comply with the rule in 2026. Make no mistake, Senate Joint Resolution 32 is just another part of Republicans' relentless attack on the CFPB. They have erroneously claimed that the CFPB is unconstitutional and unaccountable, and have even gone so far as to attempt to eliminate the agency altogether. But our constituents disagree. A recent bipartisan poll found that 82% of Americans, including 77% of Republicans, support the CFPB and its mission. With that, I'd like to highlight 3 main points about the CFPB's small business lending rule that this resolution would repeal. First, the data collected under the rule is very similar to data collected under the Home Mortgage Disclosure Act, or HMDA. This data collection under HMDA has been going on for decades, successfully bringing much-needed transparency to the mortgage market. Despite misleading claims by Republicans, I want to be very clear that small businesses are not required to provide demographic information about their ownership under the rule. It is completely voluntary. I have to repeat that because too many on the opposite side of the aisle are telling people that it is a mandate. It is not. It is voluntary. Second, this rule will help all small businesses thrive by providing greater transparency that will drive competition in the small business lending market, ultimately increasing access to credit and lowering interest rates for small businesses. Third, as I mentioned earlier, we have seen how HMDA data for mortgages have been instrumental to identifying discriminatory trends like modern-day redlining. The CFPB's rule would similarly help prevent discrimination in the small business lending market, giving our regulators and the public another tool to identify discriminatory trends. Many of us also recall the challenges that too many small businesses face during COVID-19 pandemic. Unfortunately, when Congress stepped in to provide relief through the Paycheck Protection Program, or PPP, the big banks that were tasked with implementing the program chose to prioritize their concierge clients, including some members of Congress, leaving small businesses, especially those owned by people of color, out in the cold. It is perhaps not a coincidence that the same big banks who misused PPP to the detriment of small businesses during the early stages of pandemic are now pushing for the passage of this Senate Joint Resolution 32 opposing the CFPB, which would help them continue to operate with a lack of transparency and avoid accountability. However, the big banks are alone and their support for this misguided resolution. In fact, more than 230 organizations representing small businesses, family farmers, community leaders, and others strongly oppose SJ Res 32. There's a lot of talk in Congress about how we love small businesses, how we support small businesses, but the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Therefore, I urge members on both sides of the aisle to actually do something to help small businesses. Stop talking about you support small businesses when you know they need access to capital that they don't have. And so we want to do something real for small businesses. If you do, vote down this harmful resolution. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman, Ms. De La Cruz, from the great state of Texas.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise today to express my strong support of SJ Resolution 32, a resolution disapproving of the CFPB's overreaching and burdensome rule under Section 1071 of the Dodd-Frank Act. This rule is nearly 900 pages long. It imposes onerous data collection requirements on small business lenders in places like South Texas. This regulatory overreach is not just impractical, it directly threatens the lifeline of America's economy, our great small businesses. Mom and pop shops are the backbone of our communities and need access to credit to grow and thrive. This rule, with its misaligned definitions and excessive demands, will only hinder their access to the necessary financial resources. By supporting this resolution, we stand for common sense for small businesses, for community banks, for local families, and regulatory environment that fosters economic growth. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution and safeguarding the health of our nation's economy. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield as much time as she may consume to the gentle lady from New York, Ms. Velasquez, who is a ranking member of the Small Business Committee, who's been working on the Small Business Committee for over 30 years and served as the chair before the last election, who's been fighting for small businesses all of her career.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Ranking Member Waters for yielding. I rise today in strong opposition to this resolution. As one of the central architects of Section 1071, I understand better than most what this provision does and doesn't do. During my time as ranking member of the Small Business Committee and a senior member of the Financial Services Committee, I have seen women and minority-owned small businesses struggle to access capital due to the lack of data and transparency related to small business lending. The scant data that does exist continues to show these businesses lack the same access to financing compared to white-owned firms. Section 1071 attempts to remedy this by requiring financial institutions to collect and report on the demographics of small business owners applying for financing. Doing so facilitates the enforcement of fair lending laws and identifies businesses and community development needs. Supporters of this resolution claim it will excessively burden smaller institutions. However, CFPB Director Chopra recently testified that approximately 2,000 banks will be exempted from the rule's reporting requirements. Others claim the rule is too intrusive. Yet safeguards like voluntary reporting, and you are going to hear time and again that this is a mandate. Even when I took the text in the markup and read it to the members, it's voluntary, it's not a mandate. And unique identifiers are included in the rule. Without this information, discriminatory lending will continue. When crafting this rule, the CFPB conducted considerable outreach to small firms and considered thousands of public comments from entrepreneurs. During a recent Small Business Committee hearing, we received testimony that this rule will help the market better address both the lack of access to affordable capital and the rise of irresponsible lending. No, I don't have time. It will allow lenders to help tailor their products and services to meet their borrower needs and spur additional investment in small businesses without creating another government program. So you are for smaller government spending? Right here. Let's remedy this situation where we have empirical data that minority women, small businesses, female-owned businesses, and rural businesses do not have the same access to affordable capital. It has been 13 long years. We cannot reverse course now. To do so will be an insult to the minority-owned businesses that are counting on our support. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this resolution. I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman, Mr. Musser, from the great state of Pennsylvania.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of SJ Res 32, which would repeal the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's, or CFPB's, 1071 rule, which mandates burdensome personal data collection from small businesses when they apply for loans from financial institutions. I very much thank Mr. Williams, Chairman of the Small Business Committee, for introducing a similar resolution here in the House, for which I am a co-sponsor. Madam Speaker, we're hearing some information that is should be of great interest to us all, that that there is no need for small business then to comply with the 1071 rule if, in fact, what we just heard is accurate. And I will take it a little bit further here. It is clear in Dodd-Frank that Section 1071 that any applicant for credit may refuse to provide any information requested pursuant to subsection B in connection with any application for credit. However, the director of the CFPB, the 1071 rule, and I quote, was put out, a low response rate to this rule may indicate a failure to comply. So therefore, the CFPB gets the statute wrong and is another example of their overreach. If the statute is clear that any applicant may refuse, then how can refusal somehow be a sign that a lender is not complying with the statute? Lenders know and are rightly concerned that failing to get a high response rate will likely result in running afoul of the CFPB or being publicly named and shamed by progressive activists. Regulating to generate fear among law-abiding businesses is terrible public policy, Madam Speaker. I urge us to be real here, to deal with the real world, to actually engage small businesses, as the CFP should do, along with consumers, along with homeowners, along with small businesses, and we need to support this resolution. And I urge all members of this House, as well as President Biden, to stand with small businesses. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves.
Reserve.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Beatty, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Financial Institutions.
The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today in fierce opposition to this resolution of disapproval. For the record, a former, for decades, small business owners. Let me also thank Ranking Member Waters for clearly clarifying the language. The CFPB rule seeks to increase transparency in small business lending to increase competition, to lower borrowing costs for small businesses, to detect and deter lending discrimination, and create new lending opportunities, particularly for small businesses owned by women, by people of color, LGBTQ individuals, and rural business owners. This rulemaking is long overdue, as we've heard, by requiring lenders to provide information about loan applications, including whether they were approved or denied, as well as pricing data and applicant demographics. The rule will enhance accountability, which we talk about, and ensure the financial institutions are meeting the needs of the entire community. And wouldn't we want to know if we had a loan that was
yield
denied?
an additional minute to the gentlewoman from Ohio.
The gentlewoman can continue for 1 minute.
And I think it's very important. I can't imagine any one of us applying for a loan and getting it denied that would not call that lender and say, tell me why my loan was denied. And that is a part of this, Madam Speaker. And lastly, this transparency will not only benefit small businesses, but also family farms, financial institutions, and the economy overall. I strongly recommend that we support this and go back and reread the language. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield, Madam Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from the great state of Arkansas, Mr. Hill.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course, I'll rise in favor of SJ Res 32, a joint resolution to disapprove this dumb idea from the CFPB. I'm proud to stand with our chairman of the Small Business Committee, who is a humble small businessman from Texas. And I know the ranking member of the full committee knows that Mr. Williams, being a humble small business person, knows how to borrow money, knows how to be turned down for a loan, have a loan accepted, and he knows that banks tell him and explain that to him. So I'm proud to stand here, and I think it's so interesting that I've heard from the opposition today, Madam Speaker, well, this is a voluntary thing. Well, if it's voluntary, then you should vote for this resolution because it's obviously unnecessary, because it's voluntary. And Mr. Muser makes a very good point, ranking member, because he says that a sign of, if a bank has constant small business lending where they don't report because every customer for that bank voluntarily said they don't want to provide that data, it will be a sign of noncompliance. The bank will be out of compliance. They'll be in trouble. They'll have an exam. They'll fail that exam. And this rule, Madam Speaker, is not the right approach. I've spent 30 years of my 40-year career lending money to small businesses, raising equity capital for small businesses. We want every loan we can make, and the bank made. We're in the business to make loans. We're not in the business to turn down loans. We want them for black people, white people, LGBTQ people, all people. Banking at our bank, helping us make a profit, helping us serve the community. This is overdoing bureaucracy. It's applying a set of rules to collect a bunch of data that's not going to make small business loans more affordable or more available in this country. It's not. And so Republicans are standing here and in the Senate, and Democrats in the Senate voted for this resolution, Madam Speaker. They know this is governmental overreach. It shouldn't be imposed on the private sector. It's going to hurt small business, raise the cost of small business. And this body stands on the side of those community lenders and those borrowers who want available capital at a reasonable cost to bring their idea, their dream to life. And so 5 Democratic senators joined with Republicans to say, bad idea, send it back to the drawing board. We're standing on this side of the aisle, asking our friends on the other side of the aisle, bad idea, send it back to the drawing board. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes for this resolution. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas
reserves.
The woman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me just say to the gentleman, your arguments show that you're here to support the big banks who do not want small business in the banks. They don't want to be bothered. As a matter of fact, you try to convince that it is not voluntary. It is voluntary. They're asked, do you want to give this information? So it is voluntary, and you can't get away from that. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, who is also the vice-ranking member of the Financial Services Committee.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The beginning of so many great American stories is built around starting a small business in your family name, becoming a foundation in your local community, making it in America. Small businesses are major drivers of wealth creation in our overall economy. They account for 2/3 of net new jobs and nearly half of our U.S. economic activity. But for many of them, that dream starts with going to a bank and getting a small business loan. But for many Americans, the sound of their name, the color of their skin, the language that they speak, or who they love can doom that dream if a bank says that they are at risk. And this isn't hypothetical. I too was born and raised in South Texas. And I can tell you that when I go home and I see some business places that are closed, that I ask my family, well, what happened? Was it the pandemic? Was it no demand for the cost of services that they had? They said, no, they just had trouble with finances and they couldn't get a loan. And in some small rural areas, because I did grow up in rural South Texas, there isn't credit unions everywhere like there is in the city of Houston, where I live now. And then in the city of Houston, many small businesses, even during the pandemic, in round 1, couldn't even get a PPP loan. We had to go in there and do a carve-out to literally force the banks to provide loans to small businesses. So I'm glad that one of my colleagues was open-hearted and gave people a lot of loans. I just hope that that included some to minority small businesses. Because, Madam Speaker, this is real. It's not hypothetical. We know that minority-owned small businesses were less likely to receive a loan during the pandemic compared to white firms.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from California.
I yield an additional minute to the lady from Texas.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Regrettably, Madam Speaker, racism and discrimination flourish in the darkness. We need it to shine a light and allow the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to make lending more transparent. Madam Speaker, transparent market will be a competitive market. With transparency in lending, banks are driven to compete and offer better terms. With this resolution, extreme MAGA Republicans are protecting the secret discriminatory practice of banks and lenders. Repealing this rule would harm all those who stand to benefit. We want to put profits over people. We want to put light over darkness. I urge my colleagues to vote against this resolution. I yield back.
The gentleman and woman yields. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman, Mr. Flood, from the great state of Nebraska.
The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Senate Joint Resolution 32, providing congressional disapproval to the CFPB's Small Business Data Collection Rule. I'm a businessman myself, and I'm proud to say that I've made a payroll every 2 weeks since I was 24 years old. And I'll tell you what happens in a situation like this. I'm also a borrower. I'm a borrower of small community banks across the state of Nebraska. You pass something like this. You go from 7 statutory data points, you go to 81 data points. I'm going to have to pay an accountant to sit down and sift through all of our business data to put this together for my bank, my lender, and hope that I get it right so that on the next bank exam, they're not calling me wanting a whole bunch more information. That's the real cost to small business. That's the real cost to businesses in this nation. That's what people in this town forget. It's small businesses, it's small town employers that make this country run, that make the money work so that people can wake up and have some cash in their pocket. So I will say this. You go from 7 points to 81 points. This is just another example where the CFPB has expanded the scope of the rule as far as possible. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, who is also the vice-ranking member of the Subcommittee on Housing and Insurance, who's been working on this issue for a long time.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you to our ranking member. Madam Speaker, the resolution that they're attempting to use to overturn this rule is about small business lending. We know that. But I'm like, what? What's the problem? We're now afraid of data. We don't want to collect data, and it's even voluntary. They can say it's not. It is voluntary. You're opposing a process that would help create more transparency, more information gathering, competitiveness, fair marketplace for lenders and small businesses. It's voluntary. We're scared now. We're scared of voluntarily collecting data? Section 1071, we all know, allows lenders to collect and report lending data, including voluntarily self-reported by business owners. This rule does help small businesses, and I'm going to give you some examples, particularly those owned by women, people of color. We're even going to collect data, especially in my district of veterans, many of them black men and women who have started businesses after they served our country. They all are lacking access to credit that they need to build up their businesses. Study after study have documented that small business owners, especially the small business owners in my district, continue to face discriminatory practices by banks. We already know for a fact that black-owned businesses are less likely to obtain financing and offer small loans. Section 1071 will make it easier to eliminate such practices and enforce our fair lending laws. Again, to enforce our fair lending laws. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why the banks are crying about this voluntary process. They're scared. Why? Had the CFPB small business lending rule been in place during the Paycheck Protection Program, Madam Chair, the transparency required by this rule would likely have reduced the racial disparity in lending outcomes that we saw. There is also a clear precedent for such a rule that it can accomplish. For instance, and folks can laugh, they can think that this is real life people. These are people that literally are putting their whole life savings to a small business and hoping and praying that they have the investment from the federal government. When the Home Mortgage Disclosure Act established reporting process for mortgage lenders that are similar to those that are in the CFPB rule, did you all know that lending to black borrowers for conventional home purchases increased by 70% in 3 years? In 3 years, we increased black home ownership. All Americans, not just some, deserve access and fairness, especially when we continue to bail out these banks for a continued failure in their discriminatory practices. Section 1071 promotes transparency, competition, and fairness. Overturning this is a disservice to our small business owners everywhere. I thank you so much for our Madam Chair and our ranking member and others that are continuing to advocate for this. This is the right thing to do. This is how we make sure that all Americans have access. I yield.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Congressman Barr.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 4 minutes.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I rise today in support of my good friend and colleague, the small business owner from Texas, Congressman Williams, and I support his resolution under the Congressional Review Act to nullify the CFPB Small Business Lending Rule, or Section 1071 of the Dodd-Frank Act. The small business lending rule that was finalized in March is incredibly onerous. It imposes massive burdens on financial institutions, will be misleading and confusing for borrowers, and ultimately harm the very small business owners, the minority and women-owned small business owners that they say they want to help. Because those are the businesses that will not have access to capital and certainly not affordable capital. While the Dodd-Frank Act does charge the Bureau with adopting rules regarding small business lending, Director Chopra's rule goes far beyond congressional intent, and by requiring the collection of 81 data fields, it greatly exceeds what is mandated by statute. As has been said very eloquently, it will be extremely burdensome on financial institutions, leading to increased costs, less availability of credit for millions of Main Street borrowers and entrepreneurs. And I have to address this absurd argument about the voluntary nature of the disclosures here. If this is really voluntary, and I want the CFPB to hear, the advocates of this rule, I want them to hear, this is totally voluntary. Because if it's totally voluntary, when my constituents do not provide the CFPB with this information, I want the CFPB to go back and watch the tape. Because I don't want my constituents to then be punished by the CFPB when they don't give them the information that they want. And I'm going to tell my constituents who are being harassed by this bureaucracy to go back and listen to the ranking member, because she said it's voluntary. And I want them to quote the ranking member to the CFPB when the CFPB harasses them for bureaucracy. And then I want everyone here in this chamber to recognize that this week in the Financial Services Committee, I asked Director Chopra if he recognizes that if a small business owner fails to understand why demographic information, irrelevant, by the way, to the creditworthiness of the borrower, demographic data is being collected, it could lead to confusion and misunderstanding and potential liability for the financial institution. For example, the rule requires small business owners to disclose their race, their ethnicity, their gender or sexual orientation. And when they apply for that loan, and they have to give this information prior to the underwriting, if that loan is denied, the applicant could be reasonably led to believe that that demographic information was the basis for the denial, and not the myriad of other legitimate factors which play into lending decisions. And Director Chopra agreed with me that this could be confusing to the borrower. Clearly, there are a lot of important factors that have not been properly considered prior to the finalization of this rule. Does this make sense? I thought we got to a point in the country where race was not supposed to matter. But the other side of the aisle thinks race is the only thing that matters. And that's wrong. That is wrong. This rule's requirement will force many community banks and credit unions across the country to exit small business lending altogether. And that's what my constituents tell me. Small banks across central and eastern Kentucky tell me this is so burdensome, the requirements are so ridiculous, that they're just going to exit small business lending altogether. Now, how does that help the minority-owned small business on Main Street, USA? It hurts them. This is absurd that we would actually hurt minority and women-owned small businesses by burdening them with massive amounts of red tape. And finally, I want to address this ridiculous argument from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who constantly cite this poll that says that the
gentleman's time has expired.
I offer 30 more seconds, please.
The gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
This poll that they keep talking about that Democrats wanted, that they say that, oh, the American people love the CFPB because it describes the CFPB as the Salvation Army or something. The truth of the matter is, if the poll was asked with the truthful information that this agency drives up the costs and decreases the availability of credit, it increases regulatory costs for small businesses, it increases interest costs for Americans for their credit cards when they pay on time, it decreases access to consumer credit, it is completely exempt from the appropriations process and totally unaccountable. You ask the question the truthful way, the American people overwhelmingly say the CFPB is a failure.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield to myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
You know, Madam Speaker and members, we have these members on the opposite side of the aisle spending all of this time supporting the biggest, most profitable banks in the country. And yet, these members won't stand up for small business lending. They don't want the data so that we can understand what is going on and why people in this country, minorities in particular, farmers, small farmers, family farmers, etc., can get loans. Now, in the last decade, these mega banks made so much money. J.P. Morgan, $215 billion. Wells Fargo, $197 billion. Bank of America, $105 billion. Citigroup, $93 billion. And they repeatedly broke the law, even though they were making all of this money. And I want you to know they consider this is just the cost of doing business. And so we have here even more when we take a look at some of the other banks that paid fines. Instead of lending money, they'd rather pay fines instead of lending to the small business. What kind of fines are we talking about here? We fine them for all kinds of fraudulent activity. In the last decade, mega banks made so much money, and then they repeatedly paid fines. For example, the Bank of America paid $66 billion in fines. They could have been lending this to small business. J.P. Morgan, $43 billion in fines. They could have been lending this to small businesses. Citigroup, $19 billion in fines. They could have been lending this to small businesses. Wells Fargo, $12 billion in fines. And yet, some of our members want to say that, oh, we just want to shame these big banks. Yeah, I do. Yeah, because it is a shame that they're so profitable that they do not want to spend time with small businesses. Takes up too much time. The small businesses don't earn as much money for the bank, etc. They don't even want them in the banks, and we've got to do something about that. We're shining a light on the existing practices of lenders, and if those lenders are charging minorities and small family farmers, etc., exorbitant interest rates, there's no reason that we should not get the transparency that we need to stop this. Now, you know, I tell you, one of the reasons you hear us being so passionate over here is because the big banks don't need you to defend them. They don't need you to stand up for them. You should be putting your time and effort into what you can do about the small. Now, I'm not going to go into a lot of information. We have members on the opposite side of the aisle who felt they needed capital. And so when we did PPP, they came to the government competing with real small businesses that could not get capital. And not only did they take out the money, they have been forgiven for it. They didn't have to pay it back. I'm not going to talk about everybody, but I am going to mention Marjorie Taylor Greene because she's everywhere talking about everybody, claiming she's for small business. She took out $180,000, and she's been forgiven. I'm not going to talk about the rest of them, some of my friends over there, but I got a whole list of members on the opposite side of the aisle who took out PPP money, didn't need it. Some of them are as rich as cream. They took this money and they're not paying it back. And then they come in here and they talk about why we should not have transparency and do everything that we can for these small businesses who are desperate for capital. You can sing the song that you love small business all that you want. You can have the small business Saturday with a big fake kind of operation on small business lending in your community on Small Business Saturday. But it doesn't do any good if they don't get the capital. They need the money. They need to be treated fairly. And so, yeah, I want to shame the big banks. I want to shame them. You have one of these banks who even took out false accounts, made up accounts, and we had to stop them. We fined them, but you know what? They're too big to fail. And they keep doing what we are finding them about. And so with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the chairman of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. McHenry, from the great state of North Carolina.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Small businesses are the lifeblood of the American economy. When you burden small business, you limit job growth. You limit economic gain. You limit economic opportunity. You limit American growth. With more regulation on businesses, it drives up the cost of doing business. I want to commend the chair of the Small Business Committee for this resolution that we have on the House floor today that is in support of American small business. This resolution would stop the CFPB's small business data collection rule, which is onerous, overly complex, and difficult to implement, but all American businesses would be burdened by it. And disproportionately, the small businesses that create most of the jobs in America. This rule would stifle American businesses' access to affordable credit, and it will facilitate the naming and shaming of lenders whose business practices are legal, non-discriminatory, and safe and sound. But that progressive activists on the left want to use that database so they can call out the things that they don't like for political activism. I don't think that's responsible. I don't think that's in the interest of the American economy, and it surely is not in the interest of consumer protection. Let's support this resolution. Let's oppose the rule. Let's support small business.
Yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I continue to yield to myself as much time as I may consume. And yes, I'm a political activist. I'm an activist for the people who send us here to represent them. I'm an activist for the least of these. I'm an activist for small business. I'm an activist for veterans. I'm an activist for children. I'm an activist for education, for better health care, and I'm very proud of it. But I tell you, it is shameful for us to continue to be dominated and controlled by the biggest banks in America, taking time on the floor of the People's House to defend them and to vote against the very people who send you to this House to represent them. It is absolutely shameful. And ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get out from under the influence and the control of the biggest banks in America and stand up for the people who really need to make these banks do what they should be doing, rather than saying, no, we're not going to comply with the law. And yes, we will pay the fines because we are rich. We have so much money, we can do that. And so I could reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
May I request the balance of time for each side?
The gentleman from Texas has 13 and a half minutes. The gentlewoman from California has 3.5 minutes.
Okay. Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman, Ms. Kim, from the great state of California.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of SJ Resolution 32. This is a CRA resolution to rescind the CFPB's final rule implementing Section 1071 of the Dodd-Frank. I thank Chairman Williams and Senator Kennedy for their leadership to rescind the CFPB's harmful proposal. The rule is nearly 900 pages and requires lenders to report 81 data fields. If the CFPB's proposal is enacted, small financial institutions will be forced to devote more of their time to comply with burdensome regulations rather than focusing on providing loans for small business owners. With credit tightening for small businesses due to persistent inflation, higher interest rates, and an uncertain economic environment, the CFPB Section 1071 rule would impose higher costs for small businesses and lead to a decrease in lending to small, minority-owned, women-owned businesses. Earlier this year, the CFPB suffered a major data breach when an employee forwarded consumer information of more than 250,000 to a personal email account. So how can we trust the CFPB to properly manage the collection of additional data when it cannot efficiently safeguard existing data? So I would urge Director Chopra to go back to the drawing board on Section 1071 and issue a rule that gets it right without punishing small banks and small credit unions with higher compliance costs and burdensome requirements. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this resolution and access to credit for small businesses by voting in favor of this resolution. With that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized to close.
Or you can do the closing. This closing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close if the gentleman from Texas has no further speakers.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of the time. When we started this debate, I mentioned Rashonda Young, who happens to be a young black woman from Waterloo who had many challenges getting a small business loan and sued the CFPB to complete the Section 1071 rule. After CFPB settled the case with her, Ms. Young said, and I quote, "I'm just humbled to be part of the process. Sometimes we feel so small, but this is one of those things that shows if we're willing to speak up, we actually can make a difference." End of quote. Ms. Young has since sold her business and is now working with other investors to try and open up the first minority bank in Iowa with the goal of being certified as a CDFI, offering the kind of small business loans to others that she had such a time obtaining. And let me just tell you something. We support CDFIs, the Community Development Financial Institutions. And why do we support them? Because they could not get loans from the banks in America. And so here we are, the taxpayers, further trying to help small businesses by supporting these Community Development Financial Institutions. They were developed because small businesses couldn't get loans. And then we have on the opposite side of an aisle people who are opposing how we can support these small businesses by getting the transparency done that we need to have done. They would rather support the biggest banks in America and have the taxpayers try to do something about small businesses with CDFIs than give their small business an opportunity. I want to tell you, I don't know how they're going to vote on the other side, but this issue is not going to go away. And I want to tell you that the constituents are going to learn in this country who's supporting small businesses. All of this talk and this rhetoric about I love small businesses, I support small business, will not continue to work. The fact of the matter is small businesses are shutting down. They are closing because they don't have access to capital. And so for all of those members on the opposite side of the aisle who took out PPP loans that have been forgiven, you ought to be ashamed, and you ought to not oppose the CFPB from trying to protect these small banks as the courts have told them to do. And so, with that, Madam Chair, there's a lot more that can be said. We're going to continue to unveil this information about who is simply spouting rhetoric and who is actually doing something for small businesses. It is unfortunate that we have to fight this hard. We have to do everything that we possibly can because the banks don't want them in their banks. They don't want to be bothered with them. They're too small. We have small businesses who only need $50,000, $75,000 to improve their technology, to be able to take their businesses to a place where they can earn more money. We can't even start to talk about startup capital. None of them get startup capital. If they're able to convince anybody for a little capital to expand their businesses, they will do that. But otherwise, small businesses do not have the support of the Republicans in the House of Representatives.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
As it is seen here today. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as my colleagues and I have stated today, my biggest fear is that many lenders may decide to fully exit small business lending due to the overly burdensome collection requirements, or because they just don't want to put their small business customers in an uncomfortable situation. I do not believe this is the outcome Congress or the CFPB intend with implementation of this section of Dodd-Frank. However, I know, as a small business owner myself, if this rule goes into effect, it will not bode well for small businesses seeking the credit needed to grow and support their communities. That's the bottom line. And we need to help small businesses. We need to help them not only create jobs, but to create net worth among their employees. So I urge my colleagues to support this resolution. And Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on the third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rule submitted by the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection relating to small business lending under the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, Regulation B.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote. I'm sorry I interrupted. I have to say it over and over again so I can get this
recorded. Does the gentlewoman request the yeas and nays? The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote of passage of the joint resolution will be followed by a 5-minute vote on adoption of House Resolution 878. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 202. There are one voting present. The joint resolution is passed without objection. The motion to consider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the adoption of House Resolution 878, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 878, resolution providing for the expulsion of Representative George Santos from the United States House of Representatives.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Members record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 311, the nays are 114, with 2 recorded as present. 2/3 voting in the affirmative, the resolution is adopted, and a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The clerk will notify the governor of the state of New York of the action of the House. Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the expulsion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, the whole number of the House is now 434.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Chris of New Jersey seek the floor?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet on Monday next, when it shall convene at noon for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business.
Without objection. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Stanton of Arizona seek the floor?
Mr. Speaker, I ask to address the House out of order.
The House will be in order. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this morning we lost one of our greatest Americans. And today I rise, along with my colleagues representing all of Arizona, Republicans and Democrats alike, to honor the life and legacy of the most influential Arizonan in history, Justice Sandra Day O'Connor, who passed away this morning at the age of 93. Justice O'Connor spent her life breaking down barriers in pursuit of a more just society. She blazed every trail she set foot on, defying the odds stacked against women in the legal profession to rise to become Arizona's Assistant Attorney General, our first female majority leader in the state Senate, a Maricopa County Superior Court judge, and ultimately the first female justice on the United States Supreme Court. She brought her Arizona brand of pragmatism and independence with her to the Supreme Court, and was often the swing vote on deeply consequential decisions. In the years since her retirement from the Supreme Court, I've admired her steadfast commitment to preserving our democracy through objective, fact-based, and collaborative civil discourse, through her creation of the Sandra Day O'Connor Institute, and of course through the Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law at Arizona State University. Her work will inspire future generations to follow her example to become engaged and thoughtful civil participants. And with that, I want to yield time to my colleague, Representative Debbie Lesko.
Thank you, Greg. And thank you, colleagues, for standing in respect of a great woman. Not only a great woman for Arizona, but a great woman and trailblazer for all of American and all women across America. As was said, she was the first woman majority leader to serve in the Arizona Senate. She went on to be the first woman to serve as a Supreme Court justice. She stood up for truth. She stood up for justice. She's not only a wonderful woman and a representative of Arizona, but a wonderful American. And we are saddened by her passing, but she set the trail for all of us women. She was a great Republican, a great American, and we praise her each and every day.
With that, I ask the House to join me in a moment of silence. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Okay. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? You are in order. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to wish a happy 100th birthday to Ruth Sellers of Mariposa, although the general consensus around town is she's really in her mid-50s. But skeptical or not, the town's going to celebrate with her tomorrow, and from our nation's capital, I want to join them to express our love and respect. An Army brat, she spent her youth in pre-war China and the Philippines. In the war, when she wasn't Rosie the Riveter at the Newport shipyard, she was a USO volunteer where she met her husband, Earl. After a successful career at IBM, she retired to Mariposa in 1986 and has since been a terrifyingly inexhaustible force of nature in so many community endeavors it would take an hour to catalog. She'll be celebrating many more birthdays in the years ahead, and Mariposa will be better for it. So happy birthday, Ruth.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the bipartisan efforts to make our nation's pipeline network safer. Recently, the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure introduced the Promoting Innovation in Pipeline Efficiency and Safety, or PIPES Act of 2023. This bill will help secure $2.6 million miles of pipelines that carry natural gas and petroleum to communities nationwide. It will allow the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration to hire more workers to monitor pipeline safety. And it creates proper protections to regulate carbon dioxide pipelines more efficiently. Also, it will promote more methods to contain greenhouse gases. In addition, the bill makes it easier for historically black colleges and universities and other minority-serving institutions to educate and develop the next generation of pipeline safety professionals. As a ranking member of Railroads, Pipelines, and Hazardous Materials Subcommittee, I applaud my colleagues for both parties for creating a bill that works for the American people. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Under current law, American seniors who defer enrollment in Medicare may find themselves hit with higher fees due to late enrollment charges. Permanently raising seniors' health care premium for delaying Medicare enrollment only hurts seniors who are already struggling on fixed income. That is why I helped introduce the Medicare Economic Security Solutions Act. This is a bipartisan bill to cap these fees and address red tape for seniors enrolling in Medicare. As someone who's approaching the eligibility age myself, believe it or not, protecting the benefits our seniors have earned is personal to me. I'm proud to help lead this bipartisan and common sense bill that would lower costs for my constituents. I urge my colleagues to join me on this bill, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate and honor one of Orlando's legends, the first black man hired to teach at Winter Park High School, the first black administrator at Rollins College, the first black man from Orlando who was elected to the state legislature since Reconstruction, the first black chairman of the Orange County Democratic Executive Committee, and the first black legislator to pass 2 constitutional amendments, Dr. Alzo J. Reddick. A son of Central Florida, Dr. Reddick has been a tried and true tireless leader for our Orlando community, and importantly, for the advancement of our black and brown people and folks across the entire country. He was on the forefront of the fight to uplift the working class and poor folks of our community, to extend educational opportunities to students from all walks of life, and to create a world where our community knows peace, equity, and equality. Dr. Reddick paved the way for legislators like me to be where we're at today. And so today I thank him and honor him for all the work he's done for every single Floridian. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate William Lou Reed on being named Rincon's new fire chief. Reed started with the Rincon Fire Department in November of 2011 and has served as a firefighter, an engineer, and a captain. Lou was appointed to be the Rincon Fire Chief September 11th after having led the department on an interim basis for 20 months. He recently received a bachelor's degree in fire administration and is working towards a master's degree in public health administration. As the new chief, he has already created goals to reduce the number of fires and fire-related deaths by analyzing response data, providing safety education programs to residents, and enforcing state and local fire prevention codes. Lou has already shown he has the skills of a true leader, and I'm excited to see what he accomplishes further as the new Rincon Fire Chief. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
A minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of Senator Schumer's address on anti-Semitism in the Senate. I echo Senator Schumer's concerns. Anti-Semitism is on the rise in our country, and it is simply unacceptable. As Americans, we have the responsibility to condemn bigotry and hate in all of its forms, including anti-Semitism. To quote my friend and colleague in the Senate, we are stewards of the flames of liberty, tolerance, and equality that warm the American melting pot and make it possible for Jewish Americans to prosper alongside Palestinian Americans and every other immigrant group from all over the world. I thank Senator Schumer for his powerful words. As we watch the events abroad and here at home unfold, I urge Americans to remember that our shared humanity, commitment to equality, and tolerance are our greatest strength. And I ask permission to enter Senator Schumer's remarks in the congressional record.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Warren County native Kit Sikelski for her success on Jeopardy! In 2021, Kit won 3 games, taking home nearly $40,000. And earlier this month, she had the opportunity to compete again as part of the Second Chance competition. Second Chance competition gave champions from the past couple sessions an opportunity to qualify for this season's Tournament of Champions. Kit was able to make it out of the quarterfinal before finishing second in the semifinal match. While she was unable to move forward in the competition, Kit earned the elusive Jeopardy! Champion title. Congratulations on this special achievement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House and extend my.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Rosa Parks, a beacon of hope during the civil rights movement. As we mark the 68th anniversary of her historic defiance against racial segregation, we remember her decision to not give up her seat on a Montgomery bus in 1955 and how it ignited a movement that reshaped our nation's history. Detroit, her adopted home and final resting place, has been indelibly marked by her courage. Her spirit and resolve continues to inspire generations in Detroit to stand up against racial disparity and champion equality. In her honor and in recognition of the city she loved, we must persist in our efforts to dismantle systemic racism and build a society where every individual, regardless of race, can achieve their full potential. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today not just as a South Carolinian, but also as co-chair of the Broadcasters Caucus to celebrate the 70th anniversary of WYFF News Channel 4. Known originally as WFBC, the station started broadcasting on December 31st, 1953. The first anchor of the station was Norvin Duncan, who worked for WFBC Radio before joining the newly created WFBC TV. Channel 4 was the first broadcaster in South Carolina to televise a live game, which was a basketball game between Furman and Newberry colleges. By 1970s, technology had advanced and WYFF staff had to increase as well to ensure accurate, timely news for upstate South Carolina, Georgia, western North Carolina. WYFF was also the first station in South Carolina to have an African-American anchor when Deborah Lee began anchoring The Scene at 6. For 70 years, WYFF News has kept the upstate informed in innumerable local events, heartwarming stories, storms, and national emergencies. WYFF has lost staff members in the field who were just working to keep citizens informed as the storms raged. I remember specifically Mike McCormick and Aaron Schmelzer, who passed away in 2018. So to Carol, Nigel, Jane, and the rest of the WYFF team, thank you for continuing the station's legacy. I look forward to the next 70 years, WYFF keeping the upstate informed and safe with local, live, and breaking news. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Estoy aquí con todos ustedes hoy como un producto orgulloso de la frontera. Crecí en ambos lados de los Estados Unidos y México. Mis padres trabajaron para las maquiladoras y todavía cruzo la frontera cuando regreso a mi distrito porque Las Cruces es una comunidad interconectada con El Paso y Ciudad Juárez. Durante los años he visto las retas que enfrentamos en la frontera, con una crisis humanitaria y el flujo de drogas a nuestro país. Estamos en un punto importante en que necesitamos más recursos para abordar esta crisis. Necesitamos soluciones bipartidistas para solucionar estos problemas y por eso yo presenté un paquete de legislación que aborda la seguridad en nuestra frontera y la reforma migratoria. Estos proyectos de ley han sido informados por Nuevos Mexicanos para Nuevos Mexicanos y he pasado los últimos meses proponiéndole al caucus hispano del Congreso y al caucus de los Nuevos Demócratas para apoyar estos proyectos de ley. Hemos esperado demasiado para abordar este tema y debemos dejar de lado la política partidista para cumplir con todos nuestros votantes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gracias. The gentleman will provide a translation of his remarks to the desk. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I asked unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute and to rise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Brevard High School's, this is them. Brevard High School's boys cross-country team for winning the 2A state championship. This is the second 2A state championship title that this team has won in the last 3 years. The Brevard Blue Devils dominated the championship race with a score of 45 points, scoring well ahead of the runner-up team. The Blue Devils also had 3 runners finish in the top 10. Congratulations, Blue Devils. Your recent success is a testament to the countless hours of training, hard work, and a genuine passion for athletics and a quest for knowledge. You've each made Western North Carolina proud. May the future bring many more years of success as we continue to celebrate the legacy of your exceptional cross-country program. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, happy first day of December. I rise today to point out that the People's House went the entire month of November without passing a bill to tackle our nation's housing crisis. Communities on the California Central Coast are ranked as some of the most expensive places in our country to live in. I was sent to this chamber by my constituents to enact policies that will help lower those skyrocketing prices. Congress needs to help increase the availability of affordable housing options. We need to reform and expand programs that provide housing assistance for working families and veterans. like I have been pushing for. And we need to invest in our community for solutions that are helping those experiencing homelessness. Mr. Speaker, there are bills we could pass today to lend a hand, including bipartisan ones that I've helped write. But by all means, let's keep pursuing baseless impeachment inquiries or defunding the salaries of cabinet members that we don't agree with. Mr. Speaker, please, let's start governing.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the Tioga Central and Waverly High School football teams. They're making history. This is the first time two football teams from upstate Tioga County, New York, are competing simultaneously in state title games. And Tioga football's resounding 63-16 victory in the semifinals marks their third consecutive state title game appearance. With 39 consecutive wins, they're not only chasing a third straight state championship, but also their fourth title since 2015. Just as remarkably, Waverly football's dominated with a win of 42-0 in the semifinals, earning them a spot in the Class C state final for the first time in school history. This historic moment is a testament to the dedication of our student athletes, the guidance of their coaches, and the unwavering support of our community. I ask my colleagues in the House to join me in congratulating these young athletes, their coaches, their families, and the entire Tioga County community. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor the lifetime of service and the exceptional work of Metropolitan Transit Authority of Harris County CEO Tom Lambert. Tom is a true public servant who has made a difference for all of us in Houston. For more than 4 decades, Tom has worked at Metro. Focusing these 4 decades on the safety of Metro riders, his improvements to the system will benefit them for years to come. His ability to listen to riders led to streamlined services with improved schedules. His leadership led to the completion of an additional 15 miles of light rail in 2015. And his commitment to moving Houstonians in new ways helped pave the way, literally and figuratively, for bus rapid transit. Tom has demonstrated his dedication to keeping our community informed, engaged, and moving forward. Tom exemplifies the very best of Houston: innovation, collaboration, vision, and leadership. I send sincere thanks to Tom for his work and for his commitment to our community, and congratulations on his retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, anti-Semitism has reared its ugly head on our very shores. It should be extinguished entirely. Over the past few weeks, we've seen anti-Semitic demonstrations take place across the country. Turn on the television, open a newspaper, or go online, and you'll find a litany of examples. As Rabbi Moshe Hauer mentioned in his testimony before the Subcommittee on Higher Education and Workforce Development recently, that the plague of anti-Semitism has afflicted the United States. Mr. Speaker, I agree with Rabbi Hauer's assessment, and it's incumbent upon us all to stand with the Jewish community, push back on anti-Semitism wherever and whenever it crops up, and rid our country of this scourge. Anti-Semitism has no place in any civil society, especially the United States. Not now, not ever. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to draw attention to the U.S. Department of Transportation to develop intercity passenger rail corridors across our Great Lakes region from Chicago to Cleveland. We in the Great Lakes notice the attention that the Department of Transportation pays to the East Coast and the West Coast, but please don't forget our Great Lakes northern region. Take a look at I-80-90 corridor. And think about that being already carved into the landscape. Use it. In 2021, I joined other Great Lakes members of Congress to urge Amtrak to retool its Connect on U.S. 2035 plan, which then excluded improvements to the Cleveland to Chicago corridor. To this day, we continue to lack daytime passenger rail service across this highly congested rail corridor and, of course, constricted Chicago. Boy, does it need help. Our constituents deserve better. Leaders from the U.S. Department of Transportation, state and local regional developments of offices of transportation, planning agencies, advocacy organizations, labor unions, and the private sector have joined together to address this long-standing constriction to economic growth. DOT, please see us, hear us, help us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise or extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with great pride to honor 5 students from my district who were selected to perform with the 2023 National Youth Orchestra. Each summer, Carnegie Hall's Weill Music Institute invites some of the brightest young musicians from across the country to travel the world in a free, multi-week training residency with world-class professional musicians. The National Youth Orchestra participates in a platform to shine on a global stage. Today, I recognize 5 of the 2023 National Youth Orchestra participants from my district. They are Beckett Miles from Jacksonville, Layla Warren from Ponte Vedra Beach, Nelson Keokopa from St. Johns County, and Luke Val-Eun Mal-Abe from Jacksonville, and Theodore T.J. Shishel from Jacksonville. Thanks to countless hours of practice, determination, and dedication, these students have participated in performances which have touched the hearts of audiences around the world and demonstrated an outstanding proficiency, grace, and commitment to excellence. On behalf of Florida's 5th Congressional District, congratulations to each of these young musicians for their contribution to the field of music performance, their passion for their craft, and their willingness to share their talent. Our community is behind you as you go on to accomplish your future accolades. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Vermont seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, 3 young college students went for a walk in Burlington, Vermont during their Thanksgiving break. Hishem, Kenan, and Tassin spoke Arabic to one another and wore keffiyehs, and they were shot. Whether or not this meets the legal standard for a hate crime, we know this was a hateful act. The recent rise in Islamophobia in this country has led to deadly violence. It's deeply disturbing and frightening. I want to be clear, leaders in this very chamber need to unequivocally denounce the rise of anti-Arab hate and Islamophobia. Words matter. We need to lead with our values, community, and acceptance rather than hatred and fear. No one should be targeted because of their ethnicity or their religion. It has no place in Vermont. It has no place anywhere. We all have a part to play. We need to speak up and stand with our Muslim neighbors and friends now. The eyes of the nation are on Vermont, and we want to make it absolutely clear to Americans that we will stand against this kind of violence and hate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address this body for 1 minute with the right to revise remarks, if it's okay with you and the body.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, do you know what always works when you're in trouble with your spouse? Flowers. Science has shown that not only do flowers make us happier, but they have a strong positive effect on our emotional well-being. No stranger to the power of flowers are the dedicated members of the Garden Club of Orange Park. Since 1948, this club has bloomed into a staple for the beautification of Northeast Florida, and today I rise to commemorate them on their 75th birthday, but let's all agree they don't look a day over 29. Through countless projects, they have nurtured a spirit of environmental awareness and sustainable living. The fruits of their labor include actual fruit trees at homes built by Habitat for Humanity and gardens at local elementary schools. The Garden Club has not only enriched our physical surroundings, but has also transformed public spaces, creating havens of tranquility and beauty for all to enjoy. On behalf of the 4th Congressional District of Florida, I want to thank each member, past and present, for their commitment to environmental preservation and exceptional community service. I trust that their legacy will continue to bloom for generations to come. It's a joy to wish the Garden Club of Orange Park a happy 75th anniversary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Happy birthday. May they continue to bloom. With that, for what purposes does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank my colleagues for their unanimous support of HRES 793, which passed the House this week. I was proud to be an original co-sponsor of this resolution, calling on Hamas to immediately release the 240 hostages taken during the horrific and inexcusable attack on Israel on October 7th. In the 55 days since the attack, I have met with family members of many of the hostages. They have experienced unimaginable pain and loss, but still have hope, and so do I. I'm deeply grateful to President Biden and his administration for their leadership in negotiating the vitally important deal to release many of the hostages. And I am relieved that 110 of them have been reunited with their loved ones. But we won't rest until every single one is home safely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Plenty of my colleagues claim to have the best high school football. Of course, they'll be wrong because Western Pennsylvania is second to none. When Jack Lambert took his place in the Hall of Fame, he called folks in Western PA a proud, hardworking people who love their football and their players. It was true then, it's true today. Doesn't matter if we're cheering for the Steelers or for WPIAL contenders under the Friday night lights. On any field, football is serious business in Western Pennsylvania. So I want to congratulate the WPIAL champions from my district for bringing home the hardware, Beaver Falls, North Allegheny, and Aliquippa. And a special congrats to the Quips on their record 20th WPIAL title. So good luck this weekend, all the teams battling out for the state playoffs and for the state title. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize our brave service members and their families. America's veterans have sacrificed so much for our freedom, and for that I am deeply grateful. But words alone are not enough. As members of Congress, it's our job to honor the pledge we made to military families and ensure that they get the benefits they deserve. When my constituent, Shirley Thomas, suddenly stopped receiving her VA benefits, she reached out to my office for help. And in just 3 short weeks, my team was able to restart Shirley's benefits and secure back payments for the months that she missed. I recently visited Shirley and reiterated my commitment to helping military families like hers, because supporting our service members means supporting them long after they come home. It means providing them with safe, affordable housing, expanding educational opportunities to help veterans pursue their career goals, improving home care services for elderly veterans, and so much more. Today and always, I will keep fighting to do just that. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on World AIDS Day as we remember tens of millions of beautiful souls who we have lost around the world to HIV and AIDS, and pray for their families. Over the last 2 decades, our fight against HIV/AIDS in the world has been transformed by PEPFAR. made possible by the leadership of President Bush and bipartisan support in Congress. It was my privilege to be a leader in this fight on the Foreign Operations Subcommittee, where we secured more than $100 billion for PEPFAR to support its life-giving work. I want to salute President Bush and Mrs. Bush for their ongoing attention and commitment to this issue. I have traveled to visit the clinics in Africa and have been told by people there PEPFAR gave them hope. They would never have been tested if they didn't think there was an opportunity for something to improve their lives. So they lost the stigma of being tested positively by having hope given to them. Thank you, President Bush and Mrs. Bush, for helping address the issue with your Pink Ribbon campaign. As we go forward, let us hope that this body will soon reauthorize PEPFAR for what it means. During the COVID crisis, I spoke to the head of the World Health Organization, asked him, did PEPFAR help? He said, yes, the science, the distribution of drugs, the network that was created was all very helpful to us in the fight against COVID, especially in Africa. So again, thanks to President Bush for his leadership at the time. I said at the time, I'm with you as long as it's big. He made it big and he's made it constant, and we salute him and are grateful to him for that. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Seymour Johnson Air Force Base is getting it done for the American people. As a proud U.S. Air Force veteran and member of the House Armed Services Committee, I toured the base recently to better understand its challenges, including the possibility of losing F-15E Strike Eagles without any replacement. That's why I led a bipartisan letter encouraging House members not to strike the Strike Eagle provision from the NDAA. During my visit, I saw a deteriorating child development center, and this is unacceptable. While at the facility, a 4-year-old came up to the window and waved, smiling, which touched my heart. We must advance military construction projects like this and join in the work of the Bipartisan Quality of Life panel, because this 4-year-old, her friends, and her family deserve nothing less. This is the best way that we can wave back to the children of our military families. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Aim high, Airman. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow will be the beginning of the weekend of the St. Jude Marathon in Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis is a city that has much to be proud of. One of our most prideful things is that we're home to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital that cures cancers, tries to cure the ones that they haven't yet, and gives children with cancer opportunities to be treated free of charge. This week there'll be a St. Jude Marathon through Memphis, big race, thousands and thousands of runners who are there to raise money for St. Jude and to bring attention to what St. Jude does for the children of the world. I praise St. Jude. I'm appreciative that they're in Memphis and that we support them, and I encourage everybody to contribute. I'm not supposed to say that, but I did. I yield back the balance of my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
And still I rise, Mr. Speaker, proud to be an American, and why shouldn't I? My foreparents suffered 240 plus years of slavery to make it great. Proud to stand in the House of Representatives today as a liberated Democrat, unbought, unbossed, and unafraid. Today, as a liberated Democrat, I will address two issues. Both relate to votes that I have taken. The first issue that I will address deals with affirming the state of Palestine's right to exist. The second issue that I will address will deal with my having voted present in the case of the expulsion of Mr. Santos. With reference to the state of Palestine's right to exist, I'm proud to tell you that on Tuesday of this week, we took a vote. And Mr. Speaker, that vote on Tuesday of this week related to the state of Israel's right to exist. I believe that Israel has a right to exist. I believe and I support Israel's right to exist. I support Israel. I've done so since I've been in this Congress. Since I've been here, we have voted on more than $50 billion of support to Israel. You will find that I have voted for all of the help to Israel. I have spoken on the floor in support of Israel. And I think that my record is very clear on where I stand when it comes to the state of Israel and its right to exist. So I voted for the resolution. It was reaffirming Israel's right to exist. I voted for it. And I, in voting for it, realized that it did not have something that I thought we ought to have. And that is a statement indicating that Palestine has a right to exist. Palestine has been there. There are inhabitants. In 1948, when the UN decided that it would, by way of resolution, recognize two states in the area referred to was Palestine. I believe that Palestine, with Palestinians, has a right to exist as well. So today, I will file the resolution that I shall read. This resolution is one that affirms the state of Palestine's right to exist. Now, I understand that Palestine is not a state currently, and I address that in the resolution. So this is not calling for an immediate styling or having Palestine become a state. That's not what the resolution is about. But it's recognizing the right to become a state, because in this Congress, we have said that there should be a solution to the concerns related to Israel and Palestine. And it's a two-state solution that we've talked about. The President of the United States has said that there should be a two-state solution. I believe there should be a two-state solution. If there's going to be a two-state solution, and if we're going to fund Palestine and Israel, as we have sent many dollars in humanitarian aid to Palestine. And if we're going to continue to do this, and if I'm going to continue to vote for these funds, I want the Congress to be on record saying there ought to be a state of Israel and that we can have a state for Palestinians as well. The resolution that I shall file, and I shall file it immediately after I finish this statement about Palestine, as well as about my vote of present on Mr. Santos for his expulsion. But first, let's talk about Palestine. Here is the resolution. It reads, affirming the state of Palestine's right to exist. In the House of Representatives, Mr. Green of Texas submitted the following resolution, which was referred to a proper committee. The resolution itself reads, affirming the state of Palestine's right to exist. Whereas this resolution may be cited as the original resolution affirming the state of Palestine's right to exist, whereas the people, the Palestinian people, are inhabitants of the land of Palestine. Whereas in 1947, the United Nations General Assembly passed Resolution 181, which called for the partition of Palestine into Arab and Jewish states. I may have said 1948 earlier. This corrects my earlier statement. Whereas on May 14, 1948, President Harry Truman issued a statement recognizing Israel as an independent state. And whereas on November 28, 2023, the House of Representatives agreed to House Resolution 888, reaffirming the state of Israel's right to exist by a vote of 412 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 present. I voted for the resolution. I believe Israel has a right to exist. I believe that the House of Representatives should be on record indicating that Israel has a right to exist. Continuing. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Representatives affirms Palestine's right to exist and at a future time, important words, and at a future time to become a nation state. Some things bear repeating. Resolved that the House of Representatives affirms Palestine's right to exist and at a future time to become a nation state. If we believe in a two-state solution, then we want to have this resolution approved by the House of Representatives. We believe that Israel has a right to exist as a nation state. We say we want a two-state solution. This but only codifies what we say. The President of the United States has said there should be a two-state solution. You can't have a two-state solution without at some point recognizing the fact that Palestine has to be one of the two states. Again, resolved that the House of Representatives affirms Palestine's right to exist and at a future time to become a nation state. That was number one. Number two, recognizes the two-state solution as the only solution that will secure a lasting peace in the region. And number three, rejects calls for Palestine's destruction. Just as we reject calls to have Israel destroyed, we should reject calls to have Palestine destroyed, or the notion of a Palestinian state to become a non-existent notion. I believe this resolution is going to make a difference. I am going to file this resolution. I believe that the resolution ought to go to the proper committee. I will ask the chairpersons of the proper committee to bring the resolution to a vote within the committee or to process it out of the committee. I'll leave it to the chair and the ranking member to make the decisions as to how this will work. And I want it to come to the floor for a vote. I would like to see it have the opportunity to come to the floor for a vote with the same level of expediency that the resolution supporting Israel's right to exist had in coming to the floor for a vote. And there was expediency exerted. There was expediency that allowed that resolution to get to the floor, not within months, not within weeks, but within days. I ask that this resolution receive the same level of respect. We have to respect Israel's right to exist, and we have to respect Palestine's right to exist. Both have the right to exist. The resolution makes it possible for the Congress to go on record. But I also believe this, aside from filing the resolution, I believe that there are three things that have to happen for Palestine to become a state. The first thing that has to happen is there has to be a recognition that Palestine is a state, obviously, is a state, but by the House of Representatives, that it should become a state by the House of Representatives. Number one, Palestine should become a state, and the House of Representatives has to recognize this right for Palestine to become a state. Number two, I think that the Israelis should recognize Palestine's right to become a state, but I don't think that we have to allow them to determine whether Palestine should become a state. I think that Palestinians have the right to have statehood without having the Israelis determine that they should become a state. And just as in 1948, this will be number three, just as in 1948 when President Truman recognized Israel as a state without the consent of the Palestinians, I believe that a president of the United States can recognize Palestine as a state without the consent of Israel. I don't think Israel has to give its consent for Palestine to become a state. Just as we recognized Israel without Palestinians giving their consent, we can do the same thing for Palestine without Israel giving its consent. I believe that Palestine has a right to become a state, and I don't believe that Israel has the right to veto the Palestinians' right to become a state. So I will file this resolution, which will put the House on record. And if the House goes on record, I will continue my efforts to push for a two-state solution as the resolution to the concerns between the Palestinians and the Israelis. Now, to my second point, the issue related to Mr. Santos. I voted present today. Let's look at what the vote count was. The vote count was 311 yeas, 114 nays, 2 presents, and 8 persons not voting. I am proud of my vote. I'm proud to say that I voted present. It is not unusual for me to stand alone. I know that it takes a certain type of courage to stand alone. I pray that I will continue to have that type of courage because I believe that the House has made a mistake today in going on record and expelling Mr. Santos from Congress. I believe it was a mistake because I believe that the process itself will now lend itself to whatever 290 persons believe to be a reason to expel a person, that becomes a reason for a person to be expelled. Whatever 290 persons can agree on, you can now expel a person. I don't think that that process is a fair and just process. Let me start now by saying this, or continue by saying this. Yes, the House had every right to do what it did. Yes, constitutionally, the House had the right to do what it did. Constitutionally, it did. Yes. So it's not about whether I differ with the Constitution or differ with whether the House had a right to do this. I believe that we have rights to do things, but I believe also that there are better ways to do things, and there are some ways that we should not do things. Prior to today, it has been said many times that 5 persons have been expelled, 2 for having committed crimes, and 3 for having been associated with the Confederacy and its rebellion against the Union, the United States. I think that what we've done today opens ourselves up to having persons expelled for things that a good many people are not going to agree with. Let me explain. To expel a person without a bifurcated system, in my opinion, is a mistake. Impeachment has a bifurcated system. The House indicts by way of impeaching, and then after impeaching, the Senate has the trial to convict or not. Impeachment itself is not bifurcated. The process to remove the president from office is bifurcated. But impeachment is one part of that process. That is the function of the House. The process then provides that if you want to continue and remove, you have to get the consent of the Senate. That's a bifurcated process to remove a president from office. I think we ought to have a bifurcated process, notwithstanding our right not to. I think we ought to have a bifurcated process to remove a person from Congress. There is only one way for a person to get to the Congress of the United States of America. Unlike the Senate, where you can get appointed, with the Congress, you have to be voted on by the people. That's why this is the people's house. This house belongs to the people of the United States of America, and membership herein belongs to the people of the United States of America. Yet, in the infinite wisdom of those who were the codifiers and writers of the Constitution, they have given us the authority to remove people. We can do it. I just happen to disagree with the way we're doing it, because by doing it this way, without having the actual House of Representatives give some deference to the judicial system, we now no longer have another party in the process. We, in fact, now have become the investigators, the judges, the jury, and the prosecutors. We have every right to do that. I don't quarrel with anyone who would say to me as a retort, well, we have the right to do it. We have every right to do it. The question is, should we do this? I don't think so. I think it was a mistake. I think that at some point in the future, we're going to see the error of our ways. This decision is going to haunt us. You cannot appeal a decision of the House of Representatives, which is why we ought to have the judicial system involved. If a person commits a crime, that is brought to our attention. There's a conviction, it comes from the judiciary. We then act on that conviction. We have now a third party, a second party involved in the process, such that that party can deliberate and make a decision without the House of Representatives having influenced that decision. I think that's a fair way to remove people from the House of Representatives. I don't think that we should do it with the House being the investigators, the judge, the jury, prosecutor. I believe that justice itself would be better served if we used the system that we have been using. Utilizing the system that we've put into place today, I think is going to create some serious concerns for us in the future. What can we do? Well, we can impose sanctions. We can remove persons from their committee assignments. We can publish our findings. And we can allow the citizens, which every 2 years they have the opportunity to determine who will serve them, allow them to have the vote and let them determine whether or not they want a person that I might deem unfit to serve. Give them the opportunity to do so. I think that a bifurcated system works better than the system that we have now installed in the House of Representatives. I also believe given the history of my country that I love, and again, I love it because my foreparents suffered for 240 years as enslaved persons. We built it. We made it great. They're the economic foundation of mothers and fathers. Yes, I love my country. But I also understand that my country is not always fair to people of color. Hasn't been. And to this day, there are times when it still is not. I think people of color are going to regret having cast that vote, because we are the most vulnerable. We are the most vulnerable in this country. Let me say this, among the most vulnerable, because I recognize that there are other persons who are vulnerable as well. We are among the most vulnerable in this country, among the most vulnerable. There are others who are vulnerable as well. I don't want to disrespect the truth. But I know that we suffer because I understand how we got here and why we were brought here. We were brought here to be a permanent, 240 years of slavery is evidence of the desire to have permanency. We were brought here to be a permanent, subservient, no power, subservient, having a mindset of a person who wants to serve, wants to please, permanent subservient, powerless. There was a desire that we never have the power that we have today. I'm grateful for the way the country has metamorphosed to this point. I'm sorry it took so long. Regret that there was ever an institution such as slavery. But a permanent, subservient, powerless caste of people. And I would also add this, identifiable, permanent, subservient, powerless caste of people. Identifiable, there's your evidence. Identifiable. Subservient, 240 years of slavery, 240 years plus, I might add. Powerless, subservient, caste, born into slavery, died as a slave. And that 240 years has not been erased. No, we don't have slavery in the country today, but we still have some minds that have not metamorphosed into the future. We have some people who still disrespect people of African ancestry. And they disrespect people of African ancestry as evidenced by certain things that they do or choose not to do. Disrespect. Disrespect because they will respect people who rebelled against the country, who fought to maintain slavery, who were in the Confederacy. Respect them. 1956, this Congress gave them a Congressional Gold Medal. The enslavers, the Confederate soldiers. To this day, the Congress doesn't have the respect that it should have for the enslaved. No Congressional Gold Medal for the enslaved. Congressional Gold Medal for the enslavers. Persons of color suffer greatly in this country. Disrespect. Disrespect because Right across the street, there's a building, the Senate Russell Office Building, that disrespects people of color. Richard Russell was a self-proclaimed white supremacist, a senator who fought voting rights, the Voting Rights Act, voting rights in general, a senator who was a co-author of the Southern Manifesto, a racist and a bigot. His name is on the building. We've been asking now for some long time that his name be removed from the building. Yet, we find that the Senate in its wisdom has not done so. That's disrespecting people of color. Yes, we are among the most disrespected in this country. There's evidence. And the Senate could remove Russell's name from that building tomorrow if they wanted to. It's not a question of whether there's a way, it's a question of whether they have the will. And I marvel at how senators office in a building named after a racist and a bigot. I don't go into the Russell office building. I respect myself enough to stay out of the Russell office building. But those senators, they decide the timeline. And until they decide that it should be removed, it won't be removed. But it will be removed. And when it is removed, I'm going to acknowledge it, be grateful for it, but tell them that it took too long. It's just taking too long. Why? They claim they can't remove a racist name from a building paid for with taxpayer dollars because they can't agree on a new name. We've solved that problem. Simply call it what it was before it became the Russell Office Building, and that was the old Senate Office Building. Let it become the old Senate Office Building, and then take as much time as you'd like to conclude that it should have some worthy person's name. I have no name to offer. I only want that you do justice by black people the same way you do justice by other people. The same way you make an issue of an injustice against others. Make the same amount of television time available to criticize the Richard Russell Office Building and the name being on it. It's a symbol of national shame. Why is it that CNN, MSNBC, Fox, all of them, why have they not made a big to-do of it? Well, one of the reasons may be because they report the news from the Russell Office Building. Yes, they're all located right there near the rotunda where Richard Russell has a statue in his honor. The Richard Russell Office Building is a symbol of national shame, and the news outlets ought to be ashamed of themselves to tolerate it and then to participate in it, to participate in the perpetuation of the maintenance of the name on the building. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. Yes, people of color are among the most disrespected. Yes, we are. That's why I'm concerned about this vote that we've taken today. Because we are among the most disrespected, I'm not sure our transgressions are going to be judged the same as a transgression of a person of a different hue. I believe that a person of a different hue can get a better decision than a person of color in this country. We see it all the time in the courts of the country. I was a judge of a justice small claims court for a quarter of a century. I was a litigator. I saw the injustices as they took place that I could do nothing about. So this is an injustice that is in its infancy. But I warn you, you're going to see the injustice take place. You will see it. Maybe what I'm saying today will help to prevent it. I doubt it. I doubt it. And there are some members that I'm very much concerned about now that this vote has been taken. I'm very much concerned about them because there are people here who would want to remove them from office if they could without having committed a crime because of positions that they've taken, policy positions. That would be an injustice. So I am proud of my vote. I voted the way I voted for reasons that I've called to your attention, but a review does not hurt. One, the only way you get here is if the people elect you. You can't be appointed to the House of Representatives. It's the people's house. People send us, the people ought to remove us unless we've committed a crime and been adjudicated as such by a proper court. Two, the decisions are not appealable. There is no appeal from our decision. Three, the process itself is not bifurcated any longer when it comes to removal from the House of Representatives. Prior to today, it was bifurcated in that the judicial system would have the opportunity to judge a person and determine whether the person was guilty of a crime. Finding such, that could then be used by the House of Representatives to expel the person. We've taken the judicial system completely out of the process. We become judge, jury, prosecutors, investigators. And the truth is, whatever 290 of us can agree on, that is a reason to expel a person. If 290 of us can agree on a reason, that's it. And given the way we have entrenched ourselves now into teams, I don't favor the consequences that I can foresee. We have allowed ourselves now to become, unfortunately, a House of Representatives where discord is no longer just a difference of opinion about policy. It has become a means by which we can come to the floor to remove a person from office, a person that was sent here by people who voted. I'm much afraid for what we are going to have to regret because of what we will do as time progresses. So I shall now move to the well and file my resolution for Palestine's right to exist, affirming the state of Palestine's right to exist. I've read it to you. Some of you may be tuning in late, so I'll read it to you again. This is the resolution. I voted for Israel's right to exist on Tuesday of this week. I think we ought to vote similarly for Palestine to have a right to exist as well. It reads, affirming the state of Palestine's right to exist. Whereas this resolution may be cited as the original resolution affirming the state of Palestine's right to exist, whereas Palestinian people are inhabitants of the land of Palestine, whereas in 1947 the United Nations General Assembly passed Resolution 181, which called for the partition of Palestine into Arab and Jewish states, whereas on May 14, 1948, President Harry Truman issued a statement recognizing Israel as an independent state. I support Israel as an independent state. That's not here. I support Israel as an independent state. This is a sidebar comment. I have supported it. I will continue to support it. I've supported Israel by voting for more than $50 billion in funds. But I did it because I thought we were moving toward a two-state solution. I did it because I thought a two-state solution was the will and the desire of the House of Representatives. Well, I've reached a point now where I have to know. That was what I thought. Passage of this resolution will give me the certainty I need. The absence of the passage of the resolution will cause me to have a great deal of consternation about how I'm going to approach votes in the future. To continue, whereas on November 28, 2023, the House of Representatives agreed to House Resolution 888, reaffirming the state of Israel's right to exist. I voted for it. I'd vote for it again and again and again if given the opportunity. By a vote of 412 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 present. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Representatives, 1, affirms Palestine's right to exist and at a future time to become a state. I accentuated at a future time because I'm making it clear to those who would make the argument that this is about saying that Palestine should become a state today. That's not what I'm saying. At a future time. I don't know when in the future, but I do believe that we ought to have that as our goal, since we say that we want a two-state solution. Number 2, recognizes the two-state solution as the only solution that will secure a lasting peace in the region. I believe this. There are some people who want a one-state solution. They mouth two-state, but in their hearts, they want one state. I'm not one of them. What I say is what I mean. Those of you who say you want a two-state solution and you really want a one-state solution, well, you shouldn't. This is not for you. This is for people who want a two-state solution. And number 3, rejects calls for Palestine's destruction. Now there'll be people who will say, nobody's calling for Palestine's destruction. Well, you're wrong. I was on C-SPAN just this week, and there was a caller who called in and who literally, by virtue of the way he presented his argument, wanted to see the destruction of Palestine. The destruction of Palestine. I'm not for that. I'm not for that. I'm not for what's happening with the destruction of Palestine currently. For us to conclude that it's okay to destroy Palestine is an absurdity. How could we possibly approve of the destruction that we see and the lives that are being taken? How could we approve of that? I don't approve of it. If others can approve of it, killing of babies, I don't approve of it. Yes, you have a right to defend yourself, but you have to do it in a just fashion. To perform, if you will, an unjust act in the name of justice is still an injustice. You cannot clean it up by saying it's a just act. Your actions themselves speak for you. Killing babies is not a just act, especially when you've declared war on Hamas and you end up killing Palestinian babies. It was wrong to kill Israeli babies. What Hamas did was dastardly. And the way they did it is impossible to even imagine a human being doing it. But you can't complain about killing the Israeli babies and then decide, well, it's okay. The Palestinian babies are just collateral damage. Just happen to be in the wrong place. What is wrong with us? I will not support the killing of these Palestinian babies. I will not support the destruction of Gaza. And I pray that this country will come to its senses. How long can this go on? My dear friends, I'm always honored to have this opportunity. I don't know how much longer I'll have it. There are a lot of people who don't like what I say, who have the power to change rules. As you've seen today, they can change the rules. So I never know when I'll be giving my last speech from this podium. But until as long as I have the opportunity to give a speech, I'm going to speak truth to power, but more than that, I'm going to speak truth about power. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Okay.
And I'll start the time when he starts. No, sir, it's back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from California, Mr. Killey, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory of Nancy Palmer, a longtime Grass Valley resident and community leader who passed away peacefully in her home in September. Nancy was born in Jacksonville, Florida on September 18, 1938, and later went on to attend Jacksonville University. She and her husband, Captain Gary H. Palmer, moved to western Nevada County in the 1970s, where she soon began devoting her time and talents to many local organizations, including Music in the Mountains, Hospice of the Foothills, Grass Valley Rotary, and Sierra College. Having grown up in a college town, Nancy recognized the value of community-based education. In 1994, she was elected to the Sierra College Board of Trustees, a position she was to hold for an impressive 29 years. During her tenure, Sierra College opened 2 other campuses, serving thousands of students in both Placer and Nevada counties. Trustee Nancy Palmer's passion for community colleges extended beyond the Sierra College District. She coordinated professional trainings for fellow trustees at the state level, coaching student trustees from the 73 California community college districts across the state. As the keynote speaker for numerous Sierra College commencement ceremonies, she often inspired students with her motto, "Action requires courage." Nancy's accomplishments demonstrate a life lived with action and courage. She will be lovingly remembered by the people she influenced and for her invaluable contributions of time and effort to her community. The Sierra College Board of Trustees wrote that they are deeply saddened to announce the passing of their valued colleague. President of the board, Paul Bancroft, stated, "Nancy cared about the college so much, and her dedication as the representative for Nevada County was evident in everything she did." Willie Duncan, Sierra College's superintendent and president, spoke of his colleague by stating, "Nancy was a wonderful colleague, but more than that, she was a dear friend, and I will miss her greatly." On behalf of the 3rd Congressional District and the United States House of Representatives, I want to offer heartfelt condolences to Nancy's colleagues, her sisters Judy Butler Good and Roberta Butler, her daughter-in-law Lisa Palmer, her nephew Rodney Sean Scott, and the countless other lives that she touched. Mr. Speaker, I wish to mark and celebrate the centennial anniversary of the Dow Hotel and Dow Villa Motel located in my district in Inyo County, California. Over a century ago, 1923, Walter and Maud Dow built a hotel to provide lodging for big movie crews that were filming the stunning Eastern Sierras. Today, the hotel still hosts guests from the film industry, as well as tourists visiting the nearby natural attractions. In 1957, Joe and Verna Bonham and Ivan and Barbara Turner took over ownership and played an integral role in expanding the hotel's facilities. With their leadership, an adjacent motel named the Dow Villa Motel was built and additional sections were constructed, expanding the hotel's overall capabilities by more than double, from 20 rooms to 50. With a core value of being a family-operated hotel, it was then sold in 1978 to the Bonham's daughters, Lynn Bunn and Jean Wiley, who still own it today. The historic Dow Hotel overlooks a magnificent view of the Sierra and Mount Whitney and is well known for its hospitality and charming atmosphere. It holds countless memories and historical significance for the area, having hosted producers, directors, and stars, including Clayton Moore, John Wayne, Roy Rogers, and many more. 100 years ago, Walter and Maud Dow saw the economic benefit of having movie business in the region and responded by building what has become a treasured and iconic landmark for the Lone Pine community. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives and the 3rd Congressional District of California, I am honored to recognize the Dow Hotel and Dow Villa Motel for their 100 years of contributions to our local economies and participation in the business community. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize and congratulate the Rockland High School football team on winning the CIF Division II Sac Joaquin Section Championship game. The Rockland Thunder football team beat St. Mary's Rams last week by a score of 17-6, winning their first section title since 2009. Rockland head coach Jason Adams set this goal for his team, and the defense, led by defensive coordinator Greg Benzel, was ready for the challenge. The stout Rockland defense stopped the Rams in the red zone time and again, forcing 4 turnovers in the process. The offense took advantage of the defensive stops and turnovers when Rockland quarterback Reeves Sloan scrambled for a 44-yard touchdown run to put his team up 14-6 just before halftime. From that point, Rockland never looked back. Coach Adams' team was able to achieve this because of their commitment to a common goal, and every member of the team playing their role. However, the job is not quite finished for the Rockland Thunder. They will be hosting tonight Grant Union High School in the Division II NorCal regional game. Coach Adams, I wish you and your team the best of luck in your pursuit of a state championship, and go Thunder. Mr. Speaker, following the discovery of a secret, illegal Chinese biolab in California, I requested an investigation by the House. The Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party recently released its highly disturbing report, and I commend the Select Committee and Chair Gallagher for getting to the bottom of many of the disturbing facts in play here. The lab was run, we've learned from the committee's report, by an international fugitive from China named Jesse Zhu. After running various state-connected companies in China, Mr. Zhu moved to Canada, where he set up dozens of corporations to, quote, steal valuable American intellectual property and unlawfully transfer it to China. The Supreme Court of British Columbia found he committed, quote, fraud on an epic scale, resulting in a $330 million judgment. So he then fled to America, assumed a new alias, David He, and set up several more companies, including the one behind this lab in Reedley, California. The lab was discovered nearly a year ago when a code inspector came upon a suspicious warehouse in Reedley. There was a hose out of the back of the warehouse. Inside, she found many Chinese nationals wearing white lab coats, glasses, masks, and latex gloves, along with thousands of vials of biological substances and 1,000 mice, some of which were actually found dead. It was later learned that these were transgenic mice genetically engineered to catch and carry the COVID-19 virus. A further inspection found blood tissue and other bodily fluid samples and serums, along with thousands of vials of selected biological material. Some of the vials were labeled with the names of infectious agents, while others were labeled in a code that was never deciphered. At first, the CDC refused to investigate. They even hung up on local officials who had called to ask for help when they learned about the lab. So the local representative got involved, and finally the CDC did do an inspection and found at least 20 potentially infectious agents, including HIV, tuberculosis, and the deadliest known form of malaria. Yet still, the CDC didn't bother to test any of these samples. They simply accepted what was on the label, or even if the contents were unknown, they didn't test it. Even if there was a code they couldn't decipher, they didn't test it. The committee said this made it impossible for them to fully assess the potential risks that this specific facility posed to the community. The Select Committee report calls this decision by the CDC, quote, baffling. Later, local officials discovered a refrigerator in the lab that had eluded the CDC that was labeled Ebola. Now, while the supposed purpose of the lab was to sell various medical test kits, in fact, all this company actually did was buy counterfeit kits from China and then resell them here in the United States. Thus, as the committee put it, there was a, quote, lack of apparent legitimate or even profit-motivated criminal motive in the operation of the illegal facility. So it raises the question, what was it there for? What was the true purpose of the facility? And this is especially pressing to ask, given that Jesse Zhu, the illegal operator of the lab, was receiving unexplained payments via wire transfer from Chinese banks. The report further notes that no one knows whether there are other unknown biolabs because there is no monitoring system in place. So it is very clear that we need further congressional action and investigation here. First of all, we need to examine the role of the CDC, which seemed to completely drop the ball here. Why did the CDC ignore local officials about the lab for months? Why didn't they test any samples from the thousands of vials with unclear or coded labels? How did they manage to miss a freezer that was actually labeled Ebola? And then we also have to ask, how did this lab escape detection? How many more such operations could there be in California and across the country? And finally, we need to learn more about what was the lab's true purpose. Why was it there? What was it planning on doing? Why is it that its operator was receiving so much money from China? These are questions that we need answers to. And it's also become clear that we need to update the monitoring and regulatory framework, which clearly has gaps because a facility like this was allowed to go undetected. In fact, it relocated several times and potentially posed a serious risk to the surrounding community. So I commend the work that was done by the Select Committee, and we need to move forward to make sure that we're doing everything we can to get to the bottom of what happened here and to keep our communities safe. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commend the passage of the No Funds for Iranian Terrorism Act, which I am a co-sponsor of, which overwhelmingly has passed the House of Representatives, and which would permanently freeze $6 billion that the administration had released to Iran. Now, this was released by the administration as part of a deal. They claim the money was only for humanitarian purposes, but we know full well that money is fungible, that Iran is very skilled when it comes to sanctions evasion, and that Iran is funding terrorist organizations and their proxies on a massive scale, including Hamas and Hezbollah, and thereby posing a serious existential risk to the state of Israel. In fact, FBI Director Christopher Wray recently confirmed that Iran is the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism and has even attempted attacks on American soil. by imposing immediate mandatory sanctions on foreign financial institutions that facilitate the transfer of these restricted $6 billion in funds covered under that deal, the No Funds for Iranian Terrorism Act will ensure that that money remains permanently off limits to the Iranian regime. So I'm grateful that the House came together on a bipartisan basis to pass this legislation that I've co-authored. I urge the Senate to give it prompt consideration and for the President to sign it. Mr. Speaker, last night there was a televised debate between the governor of my state, Gavin Newsom, and the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis. And it was set up as sort of a comparison of the two states' models of governance and which is the better model for other states and the country to follow. And while it is true that Florida has done quite well in any number of areas, really the comparison could have been made between California and virtually any other state in the country. Because when it comes to the key metrics of economic performance and quality of life, California is the very worst state in the country. And despite that, we have a governor who went on television and in fact has for months, for years now, been trying to claim that California is in fact leading the nation. He has said time and time again that California is a model for the nation. He has said the future happens first in California. And indeed, it is true that the current administration here in Washington has copied any number of California's policies, and in fact has elevated many of California's officials. Julie Su, the acting Secretary of Labor, held that position for Governor Newsom. Of course, Vice President Kamala Harris, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Javier Becerra, was formerly California's Attorney General. Alejandro Mayorkas, Douglas Parker, the head of OSHA. So this is a matter of great national concern, is to really look at the facts of what has happened in California. And what the governor tried to do last night, Governor Newsom that is, was to present a complete alternative reality using false, misleading, in some cases simply delusional assertions about the true nature of life in California. So I wanted to take a moment today to correct some of the misstatements that were made by Gavin Newsom in last night's debate. First, there was a discussion of the California exodus, and the governor refused to acknowledge the fact that people are leaving our state in record numbers. In fact, he even asserted that more people are moving to California than to Florida. Here's the reality. Between 2019 and 2022, 1,044,000 people left California, while 737,000 people moved to Florida. So many people have been leaving California that the state literally did run out of U-Hauls. In fact, for 3 straight years, California has led the nation in U-Haul departures. And what is so notable about this is that prior to the Newsom governorship, California has gained population every year since our founding in 1850. We have always been the state that people want to come to, the state where anyone could get ahead. And now we're the state that so many people can't wait to leave behind. And so it was this just completely abrupt change in the trajectory while California continued to grow, and then Governor Newsom took office, and suddenly we are leading the nation in departures. We have the highest out-migration rate in the country. And in fact, it is even more stark when you look at San Francisco, the city that Newsom was the mayor of, the city represented by Congresswoman Pelosi, the city that Vice President Harris is from. This is a city that is on the verge of collapse. Those aren't my words. That's the editorial page of the San Francisco Chronicle. This is a city where businesses are leaving seemingly every day, citing the intolerable conditions in that city. In fact, San Francisco right now is losing residents faster than any major city in United States history. That's right, San Francisco is losing residents faster than even Detroit when Detroit went bankrupt. So what is Newsom talking about when he actually said on live television that there's more Californians or more Floridians going to California than vice versa? Well, the reality is that actually it was a very, you can do a direct comparison. Over 50,000 more people went to Florida than came to California. What Newsom did is very revealing. He said that the rate of Californians per capita moving to Florida is lower than vice versa. But he did an asymmetrical comparison where he used, per capita numbers when looking at the state that people are departing from, but used raw absolute numbers looking at the state that they are going to. So if you were to do it in an asymmetrical or in a symmetrical manner, whichever way you did it, whether you did raw numbers on both sides or per capita numbers on both sides, of course California does much worse. It is, after all, the state that has the highest outmigration rate in the country. But the governor's willingness to go on television and distort the numbers so egregiously, use just this completely nonsensical trick where you make it per capita on one side but not the other, just shows how willing he is to mislead both his own constituents and people throughout our country. A second area where major correction is needed is when it comes to the handling of COVID-19. Here's the reality. California had the single most draconian and longest lasting lockdowns in the country. When it came to school shutdowns, business shutdowns, church shutdowns, when it came to mask mandates, vaccine passports, each and every step of the way, California had the highest level of government coercion and control. And yet the governor gets up in last night's debate and tries to say, no, Florida was the lockdown state, which is truly boggling to the mind that he would stand up and with a straight face make that assertion. So yes, it is true that basically every state, right when COVID arrived, did take drastic measures when we didn't know what this was in those first couple weeks in February and March. But the difference is some states learned and others did not. Some states looked at the evidence at how best to handle this public health challenge and acted accordingly in an evidence-based manner that placed trust in their citizens. Whereas California never learned and continued a state of emergency until 2023. In fact, if you look at a direct comparison, Newsom last night claimed that Florida shut down schools, but in fact, if you look at the facts, Florida ranked third out of the 50 states in getting kids back to school. Where did California rank? California ranked 50th out of the 50 states in getting kids back to school. We had the longest lasting school shutdowns in the country, and those harms are going to be with us for a long, long time. Now, Newsom was saying one thing last night, but just a few weeks ago, he actually admitted, this is a Politico story, he said, we would have done everything differently when it came to COVID. He tried to make excuses. He said we didn't know what we didn't know. But that's not true. It's not a matter of hindsight being 20/20 because so many other states, in fact, every other state, managed to do a better job. And here's the truly perverse thing. Despite everything California did to take away the rights of its citizens, to shut down beaches, to shut down youth sports, to keep kids out of school, many of whom have not come back, by the way, despite the incalculable damage to our young people, to our businesses, to our democratic institutions in the name of public health, California wound up with an excess mortality rate exceeding the national average, even though we had the benefit of a relatively young population. That's why the recent Lancet study actually says California had one of the highest standardized COVID mortality rates in the entire country. And yet Newsom, of course, ignores that. He simply accuses Florida of having tens of thousands of lives die unnecessarily, completely ignoring the actual facts of the situation. The reality is, having lived through Newsom's one-man rule in California, at every turn, the governor prioritized getting himself in the headlines and rewarding special interests over the health and well-being of Californians, and this continued for years, and he did not learn. In fact, things got worse as time went on. Even after he had set the records for how long he was keeping kids out of school, on October 1st, 2021, the governor announced that California was going to be the first state in the nation to impose a student vaccine mandate for COVID-19. It applied to all grade levels, public and private schools alike, with no exceptions for religion and personal belief. He was the first governor to announce such a mandate. He boasted about being the first governor to announce such a mandate, and he wound up being the only governor to announce such a mandate. At the beginning of this year, he formally withdrew the mandate without it ever going into effect, and even the World Health Organization now says, quote, COVID vaccines are not needed for healthy kids and teens. A third issue that came up in last night's debate was homelessness. Newsom claimed that he has spent unprecedented resources on homelessness and gotten 68,000 people off of the streets. Now, the first part is true. The second is preposterous. California has spent $20 billion on homelessness over the last 5 years, and the problem has gotten worse. We spent all that money and it's gotten worse. In recent years, homelessness in California has increased 15 times faster than the country as a whole. Half of all the unsheltered homeless in the whole country now live in California. Newsom himself acknowledged that Californians are, quote, wondering where the heck all their tax dollars are going. And if you want to do a direct comparison, the federal government has counted over 171,000 homeless in California last year versus 25,000 in Florida. Newsom himself even said when he was in Los Angeles recently that it looked like a third world country. And San Francisco, frankly, is much worse, with the one exception of a couple weeks ago when the president of China came to town, where there was the APEC conference with world leaders in San Francisco. The New York Times wrote a story talking about the makeover and beautification efforts that were hastily undertaken. The Times article says San Francisco had the air this week of teenagers frantically cleaning up after a house party with their parents on the way. The Times continues, perhaps the most obvious change has been seen at the Speaker Nancy Pelosi Federal Building. For 2 years, people regularly use drugs in an adjacent alley. Most have seemingly disappeared in a poof. The Times reported that San Francisco added more than 200 beds in its shelter system just for the arrival of President Xi from China. And it notes, some residents have wondered why San Francisco has been able to fix its notorious problem for the president of China, but not for them. A fourth issue that came up in the debate was education. And Newsom tried to claim that California is outperforming Florida. He cites fourth grade reading. He cites eighth grade math. Here's the reality. Number one, California spends a lot more money than other states. California spends 45% more per pupil on K-12 education than Florida does. And what do we get in return for that money? California has the lowest literacy rate in the country. There are 800 California schools where 75% of students do not read at grade level. California's most recent eighth grade reading scores are the worst of any state in the country that was measured. Our fourth grade reading scores are third worst in the country, which is why it was unbelievable to me when last night Newsom asserted that our eighth grade reading scores are somehow indicative of good leadership when we literally have the worst eighth grade reading scores in the country. Poor students, by the way, fare worst of all in California's education system. California has ranked 49th out of the 50 states in achievements for students who are eligible for free and reduced lunch. The issue of gas prices also came up last night, and Newsom tried to say that Californians are being ripped off. And I agree with him on that. Californians are being ripped off. But he said it's that we're being ripped off by the oil companies. The reality is that California has by far the highest gas prices of any state in the country. Right now, gas prices in California are $1.58 above the national average. So if the oil companies are ripping us off, why are they ripping us off so much more in California than any other state? The reason gas prices are so much higher in California is there's a few reasons, but primarily that we have the highest gas tax in the country. We have all kinds of regulations and fees that add much more to the price of each gallon. So the reality is that we are getting ripped off, but we're getting ripped off by our own government. And by the way, what do we get in return for this, for paying the highest taxes on gas in the country, money that's supposed to be going to transportation? California generally ranks as having about the second or third worst roads of any state in the country, which people will be sure to tell you if you drive through California for any reasonable stretch of time. That is the sad reality of Gavin Newsom's California. Highest taxes, deepest potholes. We sacrifice the most and get the least in return. The issue of taxes also came up last night, and Newsom tried to somehow slice and dice the data to say that California, for certain people, has a lower tax burden than Florida does. The reality is this: California has the highest income tax in the country, the highest gas tax in the country. When you look at the overall tax burden, in California, total taxes are $10,167 per person. In Florida, it's about half that, $5,406. But Newsom wanted to talk about the working class. Well, here's the reality of life in California for the working class. California has the third highest cost of living in the country. California has by far the highest gas prices in the country thanks to extremely regressive set of taxes. California has the third worst inequality in the country. California has the highest poverty rate in the country. California leads the nation in the real poverty rate. And last year, California had the lowest wage growth in the country. Wages went up less in California for workers than any state in the country, which is why the California exodus, when you think of all the people leaving, it's not just people who are well off who want to escape the very high income tax rates. It's actually working people who just cannot afford to get by in our state, who are not allowed to pursue their career, who are unable to buy a home because of the skyrocketing home prices. That is the reality of life in California under Gavin Newsom. There was also discussion of the economy, both nationally and in California. And Newsom said something very interesting. He said that the nation's current unemployment rate is a sign of a booming economy. He said the unemployment rate is pretty low nationally, and so that's the link that he drew, is low unemployment rate, good economic stewardship. So the first response to that is that that is a mirage on a national level, given that the workforce participation rate has gone down significantly. Any small business owner will tell you that they're still to this day having a very hard time getting workers. But if we take Newsom at his word that a low unemployment rate is a sign of good leadership, well, then we can look at California's unemployment rate to assess his leadership. And as it turns out, California has the second highest unemployment rate in the entire country. If you want to do a direct comparison between California and Florida, just to pick one example, since January of 2019, employment has increased by over 1,031,000 in Florida. It's declined by 85,000 in California. And if you ask Californians themselves how they think the economy is doing, 71% of Californians expect bad times economically over the course of the next 12 months. 71%, that is a majority of Democrats, Republicans, and independents believe the economy is on the wrong track and expect things are going to get worse in California. And a final point. The governor was just a few months ago boasting about how California had a surplus the last couple years, and how that was, again, a great sign of positive governance, of economic stewardship. Well, you didn't hear him mention that last night, and the reason why is that California has a massive deficit right now, a $31.5 billion deficit, which is out of step with what's happening last year. Right now, Florida has a $17.7 billion surplus. Now, it came to immigration and the border. Governor Newsom made a truly outlandish claim. He said that it is Congress and not President Biden that is responsible for the border crisis. Let's just look at the basic facts. From 2014 until the beginning of the Biden administration, there were only 4 months throughout that whole span of 6+ years that had more than 100,000 encounters along the southern border. So only 4 months out of all those months for 6 years where there were more than 100,000 encounters at the border. Under the Biden administration, there were 29 straight months with more than 100,000 border encounters. So if you ask what changed between the time before Biden took office and the time that he did take office, it wasn't Congress. The president had a Democrat Senate and a Democrat House for the first 2 years of his administration. And the total numbers now is we have had 6.4 million illegal crossings at the southern border. There have also been 1.7 million known gotaways. In fiscal year 2021, this administration set a record for illegal border crossings. In fiscal year 2022, the administration broke that record. In fiscal year 2023, the administration broke that record. And this is another area where Newsom's tendency to grasp for some distorted factoid and paint a completely, alternate picture of reality was on display. Because when he did his initial interview with Hannity in June of 2020 of this year, Newsom said that no, Biden is doing a great job at the border. Just look, this month, illegal crossings are down 70%. There happened to be a blip in June. Well, you didn't hear him use that talking point last night. And why is that? Because in the subsequent months, illegal border crossings have been off the charts. And in September of this year, we set an all-time record for a single month, where you had 269,735 crossings across the southern border. There was also mention of sanctuary policies in the debate last night. And Newsom has tried to mislead about the extent to which he supports sanctuary policies and exactly what these policies do. I want to read to you something that he said in 2018. Newsom said, quote, "Let me be clear. California is a sanctuary state." That's what he said. Let me be clear. California is a sanctuary state. He said, "We have defied and resisted the Trump administration's policies at every turn," he said. And he said, "We will do it again." Newsom even signed a law closing ICE detention facilities that was overturned by the Ninth Circuit as unconstitutional. So the evidence is extremely clear that we have a crisis at the southern border, that this administration has refused to take the actions that are necessary to address it, that as Governor Newsom has made the situation worse in our own state, and for him to now blame Congress or to blame the House specifically is beyond belief, when in the House we passed the Border Security Act earlier this year. The most robust border security bill that has passed the House in a long, long time, maybe ever, which would make a huge difference in the crisis at the border, which is contributing to the fentanyl crisis, to human trafficking, and is introducing potential national security and terror threats into our country. In the House of Representatives, we passed that bill. What has happened since? It has been gathering dust on Chuck Schumer's desk in the Senate. And it is well past time for action on this issue. The ninth area where the governor completely misled in last night's debate was when it came to crime. He said crime is down in California. In fact, FBI data shows violent crime in California increased 13% the last few years as it's gone down across the country. California cities have seen an epidemic of retail theft. In San Francisco this year, a string of high-profile businesses, Whole Foods, Nordstrom, Anthropologie, have left the city, and they've basically all cited the crime problem as the reason. In Los Angeles, police have advised residents not to go outside wearing jewelry. In fact, if you want to do a direct comparison between Florida and California when it comes to crime, there were a few figures cited in the debate last night. One that's very interesting and it's very telling is when it comes to motor vehicle thefts. Now, why is this telling? Because in California, a lot of the crime doesn't even go reported because it won't be prosecuted. Well, you have all these laws that have basically legalized retail theft, have legalized open-air drug use, like Prop 47. We have other laws like Prop 57 that have downgraded a lot of offenses. We have cities that have defunded police. We have these so-called progressive prosecutors like George Gascon, who Newsom initially appointed as DA of San Francisco, who refused to prosecute even those crimes for those laws that are on the books. So you have businesses that will be robbed in broad daylight, and they'll just let the people go, and they won't bother to file a police report because they know that nothing is going to happen. So you can't actually look at reported crimes as an as an accurate gauge of how much criminal activity there is. But when it comes to vehicle thefts, that's different because there's usually an insurance claim. And so we get realistic, accurate numbers when it comes to motor vehicle theft. So how does that compare? In 2022, reported vehicle thefts per capita was 250% higher in California than it was in Florida. 250% higher. And that'll be no surprise to anyone who's been to San Francisco. The advice often is you should roll down your windows when you leave your car parked so that at least they won't break them when they're trying to break in. Finally, I want to mention one final issue, the 10th and final issue, and though there are certainly plenty of others, where the governor of our state gave a completely false and misleading characterization of what life is like as California, and that is on the issue of personal freedom. The governor called California the freedom state, but the Cato Institute rankings of freedom in the 50 states rank California as the 48th most free state. Florida ranked second out of the 50 states. Just look at what happened, of course, during the COVID lockdowns, where California had the highest measure of government control, the least measure of personal choice and freedom. But it began long before that. California has every year continued to erode the rights and freedoms of its residents. When it comes to economic freedom, for example, Newsom signed into law AB 5, which has deprived countless people of their right to earn a living, effectively abolishing independent contracting for many professions in California. And now his former labor secretary, Julie Su, is trying to do the same thing through the regulatory process here in Washington, D.C. Or just look at things like, bans on straws, bans on gas-powered leaf blowers, bans on chopsticks and other single-use food items, bans on even gas-powered vehicles by 2035 if Gavin Newsom has his way. Every day in California, we wake up wondering what is going to be banned next. And for Newsom to somehow claim we are the freedom state is a delusion of the highest order. I want to close by making this point, though, Mr. Speaker, which is that California, I believe, is the greatest state in the country. It's the state where everyone has always wanted to come to. We have everything to offer, and there are so many great things about our state, the amazing people and diversity and cultures and world-leading companies. In California, we have great universities in our state as well. We have so many great things going, and we still have parts of our state that people are moving to and want to live in. Specifically, my district. My district is one of the few parts of California that is growing right now. In fact, while the state as a whole has for 3 straight years led the nation in U-Haul departures, the largest city in my district, Roseville, last year was second in the nation in U-Haul arrivals. And so why is it that people are moving to our area while they're leaving other parts of California? Well, the reason is that we have fought against the failed governance model that Gavin Newsom has tried to impose on the state as a whole, and that is in an especially advanced stage in places like San Francisco. During the COVID years, we fought in every way we could to allow our communities to follow the evidence and allow citizens to live their lives as they saw fit. We ended up getting our kids back to school sooner than any other part of California. We ended up having an unemployment rate in Placer County, for example, that it was about half the rest of the state. And what was the result of that? We actually ended up having way better COVID-19 outcomes than the state as a whole because we focused on the things that would actually make a difference on disease control rather than population control, rather than gratuitously taking away the personal freedoms of our residents. But even before COVID, and now after, at least as we've moved away from that paradigm, we continue to try to chart a different course than California as a whole has taken. We support small businesses in our communities rather than attacking them. We support law enforcement in our communities rather than defunding police and rather than contributing to a false and misleading narrative, negative narrative about our law enforcement. We have led the entire nation in going after fentanyl dealers and charging them with murder so we don't have more of our kids continuing to get victimized. So when Gavin Newsom says California is a model for the nation, Nothing could be further from the truth, but I am very proud to represent communities that do represent a model for how California as a whole can once again become the Golden State. So I would just encourage everyone who watched the debate last night to take a close look at the facts, because there is an increasing tendency for California's failures to become national failures. And as a representative from California, I will be fighting in every way I can to make sure that that doesn't happen. Thank you, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
I would like to address the current situation in what used to be called the Gaza Strip. I believe, looking at American polls prior to the invasion that took place in October, there were too many segments of the American population who, insofar as there were disagreements between, I guess what we'll call Gaza and the State of Israel, or Palestinians in the State of Israel, they sided with the Palestinians. They felt somehow Israel was doing something wrong. I still run into some of these people when I go back to my office across from the Capitol, because sometimes they're out there protesting or making some sort of a case. I believe that all Americans should realize that until what they did to themselves about a month and a half ago, that the people in the Gaza Strip were fortunate to belong in an area right adjacent to Israel proper. First of all, in that part of the world, there is probably nowhere where you would want to live more than Israel. As far as basic freedoms, which we take for granted in the United States, those freedoms are available to people living in Israel. Which is why, and the freedoms to a large extent came from a Western culture which was brought to that part of the world as Jews moved there from other areas around the Middle East and from Europe, beginning before World War II. Indeed, that land was largely a wasteland. It's been interesting to read Mark Twain's comments when he toured that part of the world. It was largely a wasteland until the Great Jewish Migration. And at that time, it not only eventually benefited the Jewish people who came to Israel from Europe, but it benefited the Arabs as well. Indeed, between about the year 1900 and right prior to World War II, as the number of Jewish people in that area went up from about 100,000 to 600,000, the number of Arabs in that area moved up from 600,000 to 1.3 million people. In other words, Arabs from the other areas around Israel, as more people moved there from Europe, they moved there as well to take advantage of the economic opportunity that became available as a more westernized people moved in there. And that continues to this day. I don't think it's reported enough in the press that many people from Gaza who were worked in Israel. And the economic opportunities in Israel were far greater than the economic opportunities in Gaza. Indeed, I believe something like a person who left Gaza to work in Israel may be making 4 times as much as if they tried to stay in Gaza and work for the employers in Gaza. So again, very fortunate that Israel was right next door. Now, why is Gaza not well off in other ways? Because they're getting huge amounts of aid from around the world, and particularly aid from European countries. Well, the problem is the people that they have elected, Hamas, grabs that money. there are people who are billionaires, not because they've done anything worthwhile or, thought of a new way of doing something or opened a chain of hotels or whatever. The people who are connected with Hamas have become billionaires, taking money off the top that comes from the much poorer people who are living in the Gaza Strip. Indeed, they not only take the money and skim the money off the top, but they then don't recycle the money in the Gaza Strip. They live in Qatar, or maybe they live in Turkey. This is what Hamas does to the local people. And by the way, I think if you look around the globe, the biggest difference between the prosperous countries and the not prosperous countries are the people running the not prosperous countries, are they siphoning off the money themselves? In other words, we have a crooked government. And nobody could not say that when left to their own devices, the Gazans have elected themselves, Hamas, a very, I guess I would say, crooked government, which insofar as they don't have as much money as they would like, it is caused by who they have elected themselves. And remember, I think there's some feeling out there that Hamas is this fringe group that happens to be running Gaza. Hamas was elected overwhelmingly by the Gazans. Now, we can feel sorry for people that make such a stupid choice, but we also have to say, to a certain extent, you are guilty to a certain extent by electing such people. Another indication of how lucky you would think people should be for being in that part of the world, in a region right on the beautiful Mediterranean Sea, is that people from all around the globe are coming not just to be next to Israel, but to be right in Israel. One of the things that surprised me as you read about what was going on is that apparently some of the hostages were from Thailand. And I thought, what in the world were hostages from Thailand being grabbed by these horrible Hamas militants? Well, now I've looked into it. People, particularly from Thailand or Philippines, but sometimes other places as well, are coming from halfway around the globe to live in Israel. Now, ask yourself that. I assume that these people from Thailand or Philippines are not Jewish, but nevertheless, things are so good in Israel that people come from halfway around the globe, from Philippines and Thailand, to work and live in Israel. If you know anybody who says how horrible it is and how the Israelis are picking on these people and blah, 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 ask them. If it's so bad there, why do these people come from all over the globe to work there? Another point to be made, it's not the freest country in the world in Gaza, but they live next to Israel, which probably has as many freedoms as far as freedom of speech, freedom of religion. Things are about as open as they can be as anywhere else in the world, which is another benefit. They have an example of a modern Western state right next door. The next thing I think the public should consider, as far as these poor people on the Gaza Strip, is apparently no one else in that part of the world will take them. I mean, there are all sorts of people who feign interest in them, who feign sympathy towards them. How many of these people are being invited into, say, Qatar, a Muslim country in that part of the world that presumably needs people to do work? I have a feeling there are a lot of people in Qatar, maybe from Asia as well, doing the work. Why don't the Qataris say, oh, you're wonderful people, why don't you come to our country? What do the Egyptians think? The Egyptians are right next door. If this is such a sympathetic group of people, why don't the Egyptians say, oh, come here, we can easily take another 1.5 million people in Egypt. We can even take over part of that part of the world. But you don't hear that, and neither from any of the other Muslim countries in the region. You don't hear Turkey saying we want these people. You don't hear Syria saying we want these people. You don't say Iran, who's funneling some of the money towards this terrorism. You don't hear them say we want these people. So before you have too much sympathy for this group, and I guess we can have all sympathy for all human beings, you have to ask yourself, why do none of these other Arab Muslim countries in that part of the world, or in the case of Iran, Muslim country, why aren't they taking them? So I ask the American people, before those of you who are out there and the demonstrators and such saying how horrible things are for the people in Gaza, look in the history. Look and see the benefits that these people are getting from living next to Israel. Look and see the number of Arabs who moved to what is today the Gaza Strip, or Israel as a whole, moved there from other parts of the Middle East after, not before, but after the big Jewish migration that took place in the first half of the last century. The next issue to take up today is, I think, the most important issue facing the United States today, and that is the illegal immigration across our southern border. Since I think last time we met, we have new numbers that came out for October. And one more time, we hit records as far as the number of encounters of people coming across the southern border. The most recent number shows 241,000 encounters at that border, up from a year ago at 231, up from 2 years ago at 164, up from 3 years ago when we had a different president at 72,000. So one more time, we hit records on the number of people who are coming here. We have 71,000 what they call gotaways, which are people who come across the border and do not check in with the Border Patrol. Most people who come across the border ask for asylum. They don't need asylum, but at least they ask for it, and there's a perfunctory check on things. We hit another near high of almost 62,000 gotaways who won't even check in and ask for asylum crossing the southern border. This is a disaster waiting to happen. You are permanently changing America. Our forefathers anticipated that America be a country for moral and religious people. We have no idea what the background of these people is. Are they going to stand with our Constitution? Do they understand the natural ideal that our forefathers thought, in that they wanted independent people coming here, not people who would view the government as something to give them, give something to them? So I would hope that the press, it's still not too late, think about running a banner headline rather than focusing on some of the less important issues around here. Say one more time, educate the American public. We one more time are getting near records in our country. When you look at, by the way, migrants who stay here, not just encounters, but who stay here, they're estimating 235,000 in October. A year ago, it was 178,000. So what is that? It's about a 30% increase, more than a 35% increase over last year. Doesn't that merit a banner headline, given that Joe Biden isn't kicking hardly anybody out? And if you look 2 years ago, again, under Joe Biden, after he's president, that number was under 100,000. If you look 3 years ago, when it was the end of President Trump's term, it was about 19,000. So from 3 years ago, in October, when we had a different administration, we have gone up by about a factor of 12. Think about that. 12 times as many people crossing the border in October of this year compared to October 3 years ago. America had better wake up, or we are going to lose this country. And I should point out that it is not, I sometimes hear people back home say, oh, Glenn, we must let some immigrants in here. We're a country of immigrants. I, one more time, attended a ceremony in Milwaukee of over 250 people in one day in one city who were sworn in to be new citizens. We are now swearing in over 1 million people a year that do things right, that are vetted, that we know they're not breaking the law, that almost always they have jobs, sometimes have opened up businesses by themselves. So it's not like America is saying you can never get into America, or we're so xenophobic that we're no longer a country of immigrants. No, we have over 1 million people every year coming here are sworn in. And that's not including children who are born here, to parents who are not immigrants, because right now our government wrongly is saying that if you're born in this country, you're automatically an American citizen. And it's also not counting the tens of thousands of people who are on visas that have expired. So we are flooding America with new people. And America, again, has to remember, I want to repeat those figures one more time. In this October, compared to 3 Octobers ago, we have about 22 times as many people, 12 times as many people coming into this country and being let in across the southern border than were in that short period of time ago. So I encourage America to wake up. There's one more issue I would like to address. So the American public is aware that when we put together what I think a normal person would refer to our budget, we try to break it into 12 different parts, which we call appropriation bills. And the Senate has an appropriation bill, which we're trying to get them to break things up. And the House has 12 separate appropriation bills. And then negotiations take place between the House and the Senate to see what the new law will be. Now, there are a variety of things that the press should be paying attention to in these bills. A lot of things are details with regard to spending. We have to remember that right now we are borrowing about 22% of our budget, so I hope all Americans are paying attention as debates are being had over every item in that issue, every item in these appropriation bills, as to whether we're spending more or spending less. Because remember, the reason we have these high interest rates, which are making it almost impossible for young people to buy a house, is because of inflation, which comes from excessive spending. So that's one thing to look up. But the thing I'm going to address today is in almost every one of these bills, there are efforts being made to increase the number of bureaucrats who are involved in diversity. In other words, people are going to get in these agencies, and rather than doing something productive, they're going to stick their nose in and say, when we hire somebody, when we promote somebody, when we fire somebody, whether we give somebody a grant or not, one of the things to look at is that person's ethnic background. This is an incredibly divisive thing to do. These people add nothing, by the people, I mean the diversity bureaucrats, add nothing to the wealth of our country, but they do create divisiveness because they begin to cause people to view themselves not as Americans first, but they begin to say, what are you going to give me because my ancestors are from Africa? What are you going to give me because my ancestors are from Southeast Asia? What are you going to give me because my ancestors are from India? What are you going to give me because my ancestors are from Bolivia? A very dangerous thing to do, also something that's going to result in kind of lower standards, because rather than just saying I'm going to hire the best person for the job, you begin to look at people's ancestry. But there are going to have to be debates on every one of these 12 bills in which we say, are we going to let new committees in these bills? Are we going to let new bureaucrats into these bills who use their power to judge people solely by ancestry? And I hope that, again, our press corps, which is sometimes missing the boat on these issues, and in there I'll even include the conservative press corps, I hope that they pay attention as each one of these bills move forward. And since now is the time of year when we appropriate money, in other words, now is the time of the year when we spend money, are we going to allow an increase or any of these diversity bureaucrats to be hired? Nowadays, you're getting college degrees in this sort of thing, saying I'm going to spend my whole life trying to divide people and trying to cause Americans to view themselves as an ethnic group from a country where not only their parents or grandparents or maybe even great-grandparents have ever stepped foot in, right? We're going to identify, as I talked about Bolivia, we're going to identify as Bolivian, even though I may have never seen Bolivia. My parents never saw Bolivia. My grandparents never saw Bolivia. I've never spoken a word of Spanish, but it's important that I be part of this agency so I can bring a Latin American viewpoint to this agency or represent other Latin Americans. It's just a completely ridiculous idea. But that idea is taking root. I think the only reason I would push it is if I want to destroy America, if I wanted Americans to kind of turn into a fight between each other or a contest between each other, which is sure to end in the weakening of America. So again, we ask the press corps to pay attention as each one of these appropriation bills move forward and educate the American public, which is what the press corps should be doing, educate the American public on the degree to which we are hiring more people to judge new hires, promotions, and grants, or government contracting, who gets the contract, based on their ancestry. So those are 3 new issues that I hope the press covers, and I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields.
Yes.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
Yes, I would like to move that we adjourn for the day.
The question and the motion to adjourn, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon Monday next for 4 morning hour debate.